Jacobs to honor San Diego leader Dr. Willie Blair. A San Diego community leader, Dr. Blair left a legacy for those demanding social justice and equity. He served his country as a Vietnam combat veteran, a former congressional staffer, and locally as a leader of Black American Political Association of California, the San Diego chapter, BAPAC. From 2008 to 2017, Dr. Blair served as board chairman for BAPAC, an organization that strives to ensure the Black community in San Diego County remains a relevant economic, social force in Southern California. In 2017, he was elected as BAPAC's president, where he continued his work in civil and human rights and used his stature to promote quality leadership in the community. Dr. Blair is survived by his daughter, U.S. Air Force Officer Deborah Smith, his siblings Janet, Trace, and Roger, and several nieces. We're very lucky to have a leader like Dr. Blair who paved the way for future change makers. All of us who knew Dr. Blair loved him and respected him dearly. We're saddened by his passing. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last year I stood right here and argued against the many concerns I have with the PRO Act. 13 months later, nothing has been done to address those concerns or earn bipartisan support. The PRO Act is a dangerous example of power for union leaders without necessary protection for union members. One of the biggest glaring failures of this legislation is taking away employee choice, effectively repealing right-to-work laws across the country, like in my home state of Oklahoma, where we choose to empower employees and employers alike, where workers have previously had the freedom to choose whether or not to pay fees in unions, then they will now be forced to pay membership fees or lose their job. American workers and American ingenuity made our country what it is today. If my colleagues insist on moving forward with legislation that empowers union bosses and strips independence from our workers, we will lose to countries like China, who profit from sweatshops and child labor. Many of the ideas in this bill have already been rejected in the court system, making this bill pointless and a waste of time. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A once-in-a-lifetime pandemic requires bold investment, and that is what the American Rescue Plan is. This bill invests $20 billion to get shots in arms and make sure everyone knows where, when, and how to get a vaccine. Many students are back in school or going back soon. California will get $15 billion to reopen safely and keep schools open to make up for lost time. We've also invested in the backbone of our economy, small businesses. In fact, economists believe this bill can bring us back to near full employment in about a year. To ensure local governments can keep providing essential services, this bill delivers over $259 million to cities and counties in my district alone. Finally, this package invests in the American people. Direct payments, unemployment benefits, tax credits, and health care subsidies will help lift 12 million people out of poverty. I look forward to voting for this bill. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak before the House and to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the partisan $1.9 trillion spending bill before us today. It is shameful that Democrats have disregarded their obligation to provide real COVID relief to the American people and are instead attempting to use this process to jam through a partisan agenda items. This bill is not targeted, timely, or tied to COVID. We need to focus on solving the critical issues at hand, getting vaccines to Americans, providing relief for our local businesses, restaurants, and entertainment venues, and supporting those who have been seriously impacted by this pandemic. Only 9% of this massive $1.9 trillion package goes to fighting COVID-19. And outside of stimulus payments, nearly half won't even be spent this year. It is simply unfathomable the Democrats want to spend money years down the road when we have so many pressing needs to address today. We have worked in a bipartisan manner to pass five relief measures, and I am disappointed that the Democrats have decided to be so egregiously partisan in a time of crisis. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Do you ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, more than 90% of Americans support universal background checks for those purchasing guns. Today, I urge my colleagues to do the same by supporting H.R. 8 and H.R. 1446. These bills will keep guns out of the hands of those who aren't allowed to have them in the first place. For years, I've introduced a bill to prevent people from skirting the background check process by purchasing guns at gun shows. And I'm very glad that H.R. 8 accomplishes this. If you can't buy a gun from a licensed dealer, you shouldn't be able to buy a gun anywhere, and especially at a gun show. H.R. 1446 closes the Charleston loophole, which allows individuals to buy guns before their background check is completed. Ensuring community safety shouldn't have a 72-hour clock. With gun deaths and gun sales surging in 2020, we must act now to close these loopholes and meaningfully combat gun violence. I urge a yes vote on these two votes today, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Glenna Folberg was a force of nature. Her list of accomplishments makes that much clear. Mr. Speaker, may I start over?
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Glenna Folberg was a force of nature. Her list of accomplishments makes that much clear. She made real and lasting contributions to at-risk youth, the Board of Education, the Indian Education Summit, Teacher America, YMCA, Northern State, and her church. She was named South Dakota Teacher of the Year in 1994, and she was a member of the South Dakota Hall of Fame. As I said, she was a force of nature. But Glenna Folberg was not a list of accomplishments to me, Mr. Speaker. She was a friend. For 20 years, she gave me advice and counsel. Like a good teacher, she always gave it to me straight. She gave gifts like that to so many. Earlier this week, I was talking to my friend Tom, who said that during the pandemic, 78-year-old Glenna Folberg, force of nature and legend, had been teaching his 12-year-old daughter how to knit. When Glenna died in January, she left behind her loving family and thousands of us to whom she had taught so much. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today the House will vote to approve the American Rescue Plan for poor and middle America. The false choice of Wall Street or Main Street is no more. This plan helps the neighborhood streets and the homes where real people live and struggle every day. This plan is supported by 75% of the American people, will help the cities of Niagara Falls and Buffalo, the county of Erie, will return the American economy to full employment and will grow that economy by 6%, a rate not seen in many, many decades. This is a good plan that provides direct assistance to the people of this country that need it. I urge my colleagues to support this plan, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor the selfless bravery and service of a member of my community in New York's 22nd Congressional District, Timothy Chadwick Sr. of the 22nd Congressional District. Mr. Chadwick served our country in the Air Force during the Vietnam War. Timothy's story is shared by so many Vietnam veterans across our country, While serving in Laos, Timothy was exposed to Agent Orange, which has plagued his health ever since. U.S. service members who were stationed in Vietnam, many were exposed to toxic herbicide known as Agent Orange. As a result, our veterans are at an increased risk of developing cancer, Parkinson's disease, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and many other deadly illnesses. These brave veterans risked everything to defend our freedom, and they deserve our support as they overcome the effects of their service. I'll never stop standing up and fighting for veterans like they stood up and fought for us. God bless men like Timothy Chadwick and so many others who served our nation honorably. And God bless all the men and women currently serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This month is not only Women's History Month, but it's also Virgin Islands History Month. And what better way to celebrate it than today for me to salute Virgin Islands native and basketball upcoming star, Aaliyah Boston, who had another dominant performance in South Carolina's 67-62 win over Georgia and the SEC tournament final. Boston put up 27 points, 10 rebounds for her 15th double-double of the year and was named the tournament MVP as South Carolina captured its 6th championship in the last 7 years. Aaliyah was huge, said Coach Dan Staley after the game. She has to be that dominant in order for us to win these kind of basketball games. Aaliyah, you are huge. You are dominant. And what better way to recognize Women's History Month and Virgin Islands History Month by a Virgin Islander and a woman making history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just over 1 year ago, we entered a COVID crackdown. Businesses and schools shut their doors, some of them sadly for good. Communities across the nation continue to feel this pain. For more than 365 days, far too many of our nation's school children have been confined to virtual learning, forced to sit at home behind a computer instead of a classroom. The implications of students being left out of the classroom are much, much bigger than parents being inconvenienced or students missing their friends. Every day that we wait to reopen our schools is another day we look the other way as youth mental health continues to plummet. Every day we wait to reopen our schools, it's another day our students fall behind. Mr. Speaker, allowing American school children to return to the classroom is long overdue. It's time to listen to the science, it's time to put the students first, and it's time to reopen our schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. This morning I make a personal plea to my fellow Texans. I recognize that there has been an overload of tiredness and desire to go back to work and maybe a desire to party. Unfortunately, with bad advice and political emphasis, the mass order will be lifted today on March 10th in our state. Our state is being plagued by the United Kingdom variant. We are still on the hot list for the number of deaths. We have not reached a certain number in terms of lowering the infection rate, and we haven't reached any kind of level in terms of vaccination. Removing the restrictions and having remove mass parties is going to be a disaster. I make this plea. Wear your mask, socially distance, restaurants and other businesses be responsible. We are on the way with a rescue. But I beg of my fellow Texans, let us not go backwards to create more deaths, to create more hospitalizations, more loved ones that we will not have at the dinner table. This is not a time to go backwards. This is a time to go forward. Wear your mask. Let's be responsible. And I ask my constituents on Washington Avenue, Do not have a remove mask party tonight, because you will be walking into a destiny of death. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after enactment of 5 bipartisan COVID relief bills last year totaling $4 trillion in assistance for healthcare workers, businesses, schools, testing, and vaccines, with over $1 trillion in already appropriated funds still unspent, with an unprecedented level of monetary stimulus from the Fed already in the pipeline with no end in sight, with massive pent-up demand and an economy poised for full recovery, with the success of Operation Warp Speed delivering multiple safe and effective vaccines in record time, with literally millions of Americans benefiting from the mass distribution of those vaccines every single day. With all of this heroic effort to defeat this virus already in place, why is it that Democrats in Congress are so determined at all costs to ram through this hyper-partisan $2 trillion spending spree with zero bipartisan support? The answer is that they are exploiting this pandemic as an excuse to force passage of this budget-busting monstrosity, 90% of which is totally unrelated to COVID-19. An excuse to bail out mismanaged state and local governments for liabilities unrelated to COVID. An excuse to use taxpayer funds to fund Planned Parenthood. An excuse to send stimulus checks to prisoners and illegal immigrants, an excuse to expand the welfare state and pay people not to work. In sum, an excuse to advance an unrelated liberal agenda Democrats call the most progressive bill in American history that will lead to huge tax increases. I urge all my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my colleague and the good gentleman here for explaining why $1.9 trillion in spending is reckless, irresponsible, and the wrong thing to do. We still have $1 trillion set aside for COVID relief and spending. There is no need to enslave the American people, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and generations going forward in more debt. We are at $28 trillion in debt. This Congress is ramming through unbelievable things at a rapid pace. This must be stopped. We have to give pause and consideration to what we're doing. This is a waste of money and a complete waste of time. Reopening America is a much better way to go. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
Purpose, does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote no on the motion to adjourn so we can get back to work.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano would vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli of the state of New York, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote no on the motion to adjourn. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Good morning, everyone.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Recognition?
Of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. Thank you.
All members voted. On this vote, the ayes are 145, the nays. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stube of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stube will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
This vote, the ayes are 149, the nays are 235. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek?
Resolution 198, I call up H.R. 1319 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
Suspend. Will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
H.R. 1319, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 5, Senate Amendments. Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
Pursuant to House Resolution 198, the motion shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget and the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the sponsor of this legislation, I am immensely proud that we will soon send this bill to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. We have acted with the urgency this pandemic demands, while following every House rule and proper procedure required for a budget reconciliation package. The American Rescue Plan is aggressive, no doubt about it, but researchers and health professionals have told us this is what is needed to scale up testing and tracing, to address PPE shortages, and to speed up equitable vaccine distribution. They have told us these investments are needed if we want to save lives and defeat this pandemic once and for all. Economists have also made clear what is needed to generate a strong, inclusive economic recovery. And again, we listened. This bill provides direct financial relief to more than 80% of American families. It helps feed hungry Americans and provides financial support so families can afford health coverage during the greatest health crisis of our lifetimes. It prevents more than 10 million workers from losing lifeline unemployment benefits, while also making the first $10,200 of these payments tax-free. It helps families facing eviction stay in their homes, and it expands the Earned Income Tax Credit, putting more money in the pockets of hardworking Americans. The American Rescue Plan will provide the resources needed to open schools safely and make up for lost time in the classroom. It will cut the child poverty rate in half. In half. Just think about what that will mean for those children and their futures and the future of our country. This legislation has been called one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in modern history. Well, I guess that depends. If you are measuring in terms of relief for nearly every American family and hardworking individual, if your yardstick is lifting millions of children out of poverty and giving parents the help they desperately need, if your metrics are a strong and inclusive economic future, both in the short term and long term, then it's easy to agree. And the American people do. They get what we are doing. They know all too well the challenges facing our nation, and that is why the vast majority of them, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, support the American Rescue Plan. Look, this is it. Congress's work on the bill is almost done. In just a short time, we will pass this legislation. We will send it to President Biden's desk, and he will sign it into law. We promised relief, the President promised relief, and now help is on the way. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rewards the political class, not the working class. That should be the name of this bailout plan. When our Democrat colleagues got together to describe how to proceed on additional COVID-19 spending, they could have done a number of things. They should have followed the bipartisan precedent set over the past year and worked across the aisle. Instead, they chose a purely partisan process to jam through a radical agenda, putting the political class ahead of America's working class. They could have looked at the data coming out of the Congressional Budget Office. Had they done so, they would have seen that absent any new funding, the economy is projected to reach pre-pandemic levels of real GDP growth by the middle of this year. Further, they would have seen that without this bailout, America is already projected to see its largest GDP growth in 15 years. Instead, they ignored the data, just like they have ignored the science. And they now hope that their bailout plan gets credit for an economic recovery that CBO tells us is already underway. They could have accounted for the approximately $1 trillion in COVID-19 money Congress has already appropriated in a bipartisan approach. But that money has not been spent yet. Instead, they ignored calls to provide an accurate and thorough accounting of unspent funds. Now they're charging American taxpayers another $2 trillion. They could have focused on timely and targeted relief to support those that are most in need, to reopen schools in our communities and storefronts on Main Street, and to crush the virus and put shots in Americans' arms. Instead, less than 9% of this bailout goes to crushing the virus and dispensing vaccines. Only 5% of the K through 12 education funding will be spent this year. Even as Americans are told this money is needed to reopen their children's schools. Of course, Democrat leaders are more than willing to spend hundreds of billions to bail out states, sending a disproportionate share of that money to those states run by their political buddies that will reward and incentivize further lockdowns. Just look at how they changed the state funding formula. California, where revenues are in fact up and they are sitting on a surplus of $10+ billion, will now get billions more than they otherwise would have. A direct reward to the Speaker and Vice President's home state. It was all so predictable, really. From the very beginning of this process, Republicans have been saying that this bailout was never about COVID relief, but rather about Democrats trying to notch some wins for their political base, appease their allies rather than help Americans. Amazingly, Democrats are not even shy now about admitting that fact. White House Chief of Staff has called this bill the most progressive domestic legislation in a generation. Leader Schumer in the Senate called it one of the most progressive pieces of legislation in decades. We are here today, Mr. Speaker, because Democrats made a choice to put their own partisan political ambitions ahead of the needs of the working class, ahead of the needs of the American people. When our Democrat colleagues speak of unity, they mean keeping their party together, not pulling this country together. That is why we have before us this wrong plan at the wrong time for so many wrong reasons. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from California, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this rescue plan. I thank Chairman Yarmouth, the Speaker, and all the committee chairs for this historic and transformative bill. We have struggled through a year of gross neglect. People have suffered, they've died, they've lost their jobs and businesses. Families are living on the edge. But today, thank God, help is on the way. We included provisions to ensure that communities of color disproportionately impacted by the virus get the care and vaccines they desperately need. We include support for state and local governments for our essential workers who are essential, resources to help our schools open safely, child tax credits that will cut child poverty in half, and investments to crush the virus worldwide. We will, however, continue to fight for a $15 minimum wage to lift low-income people out of poverty. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlelady from California. I will remind her that if this bill were enacted, her state's 6 million seniors would see a cut of Medicare of over $44 billion in the next 10 years. a cut of $44 billion over the next 10 years. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's one thing that all sides can agree on. This is the most left-wing bill ever passed by the Congress. But beware, there's no such thing as free money. All of it must be borrowed from the same capital pool that would otherwise be available as loans to consumers and home buyers and small businesses. And it will be repaid entirely from your future earnings in the years ahead. Divided by the number of U.S. households, the bill for an average family comes to roughly $15,000. Now that's money that has to be taken from your family through future taxes and inflation, through lower wages and earnings as businesses pass along their costs. That is the only way that government debt can be financed. Government lockdowns have devastated America's prosperity. The answer is to end the lockdowns, not rob Americans of their futures by crushing their families under debt that will destroy their opportunity, independence, and prosperity in the years ahead. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Nevada, the distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Horsford.
Gentleman is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the American Rescue Plan. Last year, as the COVID-19 pandemic first spread, I worked across the aisle to pass the CARES Act. Passing that bill required compromise, and the final legislation omitted key provisions that I wanted us to deliver on. But the American people got the relief they needed, and that was what was the most important thing. 1 year later, with Democrats in the White House, Republicans won't help us in this pandemic. Why? Because Donald Trump's name won't be on the stimulus checks? Is that how easily they will abandon their constituents? The American Rescue Plan will deliver $1,400 stimulus checks, cut child poverty in half, and provide critical support to help our communities recover and reopen. The time for action is now, and if Republicans won't help us crush the coronavirus, we'll do it without them. For the sake of my constituents and all Americans, I'm voting yes on the American Rescue Plan, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from Nevada. I will remind him that this bill, if it's signed into law, out of his 500,000 seniors, they will face a $3 billion cut to Medicare. So his vote today will cost a $3 billion cuts to the seniors of Nevada. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend and gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Speaker. Over the past year, Congress passed 5 bipartisan, and targeted relief bills totaling $3.7 trillion to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. These packages succeeded in supporting our economy through the worst of this crisis. Now Democrat leadership wants to spend another $2 trillion on an excessive plan that directs just 1% towards vaccines, 1%, and provides far beyond what is needed to fuel our continued recovery. States will receive $350 billion on top of the $500 billion already allocated. Revenue is actually up in these states. Supplementing unemployment compensation while small business is hurting for employees is the wrong move to be made at this time. Felons in this bill, okay, Mr. Speaker, including currently incarcerated murderers, were not exempt from receiving the stimulus checks that are intended for taxpayers. Federal workers, Mr. Speaker, will receive up to $35 an hour in addition to their full salary to care for a child from learning from home. Why do federal workers deserve such privilege, Mr. Speaker, when we should be focused on economic recovery, getting our children back to school, and vaccine distribution? That is what's in the interest of the American people, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, the American Rescue Plan enjoys overwhelming public support because it addresses critical needs exacerbated by COVID-19. It is supported by 75% of the American people, 71% of independents, and 60% of Republicans. This legislation is transformative. It specifically provides $1.6 billion for HBCUs and additional funds through the United States Department of Agriculture, which is now authorized to increase its support of our 1890 land-grant institutions. The Washington Post reports a little-known element of this package would pay billions of dollars to disadvantaged farmers, benefiting black farmers in the way that some experts say no legislation has done since the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The New York Times says researchers predict it could become one of the most effective laws to fight poverty in a generation and would cut the child poverty rate in half. The Associated Press declares several million people stand to save hundreds of dollars in health insurance costs in the biggest expansion of federal health insurance since the Affordable Care Act. I call upon my Republican colleagues to stop their March Madness and show some compassion for their constituents who are less than wealthy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from South Carolina, and I will remind him that if this bill becomes law, the 1 million seniors in his state will face a $7 billion cut over the next 10 years to Medicare. $7 billion cut to Medicare over the next 10 years. Be happy to yield 1 minute to my good friend from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today, Mr. Chairman, to oppose this bill and to urge my colleagues to do the same. After passing more than $3 trillion worth of relief packages, we find ourselves finally overcoming the COVID-19 virus. We've successfully developed vaccines to combat this virus in record time, and now we see our economy opening up and coming back to full strength. What's more is that we have yet to spend $1 trillion that has already been enacted. It's already been appropriated, already been voted on. So why do we need to pass another $1.9 trillion? You will find the reasons in the more than 90% of the bill that does not specifically target combating COVID-19. What you'll find is a partisan list of priorities and bailouts, 27% of it going to bailing state and local governments that insisted on continued harmful lockdowns and did little to stop the virus, 21% dedicated to partisan policies that will reduce unemployment, and 45% of the bill won't even be spent until 2022 or later. Perhaps that's why only 2 Republican amendments of 229 were accepted. The only thing bipartisan about this bill has been the opposition to it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I suspect we'll listen to this throughout this debate. The ranking member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Smith, persists in trying to scare the American people because he doesn't have a valid argument against this incredibly popular bill. Let me make this very clear. The statutory pay-go requirements, which would cause a cut in Medicare, has never happened, won't happen, will never happen. In 2017, when the Republicans cut taxes for the wealthy and big corporations, they faced the same problem. We cured that. Democrats helped Republicans solve that issue. The only way any Medicare dollars get cut because of this bill is if Republicans don't help us correct it. I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, as the proud Vice Chair of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I particularly want to call out the critical relief that the American Rescue Plan provides for those who have served our country. The bill includes important funding for the Veterans Health Administration, prohibits co-payments for medical care for veterans during the pandemic, strengthens VA supply chain modernization, and helps state veterans' homes upgrade and enhance their safety operations. It provides critical funding to increase VA's claims and appeals process to reduce the backlog caused by COVID-19, and it funds enhanced oversight through VA's Office of Inspector General. As chair of the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, I am particularly proud that it provides $386 million for a rapid retraining program to help unemployed veterans get back to work. Thanks to the leadership of Committee Chair Mark Takano and our colleagues, this bill provides the relief that veterans need and deserve. To our nation's veterans, help is on the way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from California. And I will remind him that his state has 27% of the homeless population in the United States. But under this bill, CBO projects that precisely $0 will be spent this year of the $5 billion. Wrong plan at the wrong time for so many wrong reasons. Love to yield 2 minutes to the fine gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman from Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is what Democrat control looks like. At $1.9 trillion, this bill spends an average of $6,000 per American citizen. What would you say to somebody claiming to be a friend who forced you to take out a loan for $6,000 because he might give you $1,400 from a portion of those loan proceeds? Would you consider that a good deal? What if the same friend had already forced you to take out loans totaling $85,000 and you had little to nothing to show for it? That's the average citizen's share of the national debt. This bill takes aggregate so-called COVID relief spending to $6 trillion to alleviate an estimated $300 billion in lost wages. This is 20 times the spending compared to the lost wages. What's next? This is not even the beginning of the end of the Democrats' insatiable desire to spend their citizens into financial ruin. Only 9% of the $1.9 trillion is even related to COVID relief, while 91% is for pet Democrat projects. We have $1 trillion unspent from the previous $4 trillion, and despite the efforts of the Republicans on the Budget Committee begging the president for answers, we can't even get an accounting for that. The bill gives $500 billion in bailouts to failed, poorly run blue state governments who've only lost an estimated $7.6 billion in revenue. The bill does nothing to push the blue states to reopen to even get the bailout money. Those amendments were rejected. At least the House Democrats didn't call us Neanderthals when they voted against reopening. The CDC estimated last spring it would cost $25 billion to reopen the schools, and there was $70 billion already spent in the $4 trillion worth of COVID packages from last year. However, there's no pressure on the schools to reopen to get the additional $130 billion that's in this bill. Those amendments were rejected too. And only 5% of the $130 billion will even be spent this year. That's how essential it is for COVID relief. But there's $12 billion in foreign aid, $270 billion for arts and humanities, and millions more for the Speaker's pet projects. With $30,000 in national debt that will be the balance when this is passed, we'll owe $90,000 per citizen.
Gentleman's time has
How dare
expired.
we do that to the next generation?
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Illinois, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Tchaikovsky.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This is a historic day. It is the beginning of the end of the Great COVID Depression. It also marks the end of a decades-long successful battle by big corporations and the super rich in this country for trickle-down economics. The idea that the rich getting richer will somehow make us all do better. Wrong. Today, we are putting money in the pockets of ordinary people, of poor people, of the middle class, and they will be an engine that creates a healthy, prosperous future for all of us. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that under President Trump, we had the lowest poverty rate since 1959 in 2019. The lowest poverty rate since 1959 came under President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Would love to yield 1 minute to Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentleman from Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this reckless spending bill. On Monday, the Congressional Budget Office announced federal deficit has already exceeded $1 trillion in the first 5 months of fiscal year 2021. Spending this year is already up 25%, and this massive spending bill creates another $1.9 trillion of our deficit. We are currently enjoying low interest rates, but out-of-control spending will lead to inflation. In this current year, inflation has already raised by 3%. Inflation leads to interest rate hikes. For example, in the 1980s, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 20%. The debt is already at $28 trillion, so higher interest rates will cause catastrophic debt spiral. This bill does not rescue our country. It literally puts us in peril. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Texas, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
The January 6th insurrectionists did not win. The American government, the people of the United States, won with a democratic government that has come to the rescue with the American Rescue Plan. The long lines will stop with $20 billion for vaccines. Cash-strapped Americans will get $1,400 and extended unemployment. We will recognize that our children will get back to school with $130 billion. They will be able to stay in school. They will be able to regain lost learning. They'll be safely in school. And yes, a working family that my friends do not know, a single parent working full-time and making minimum wage of $15,000 will get $9,525 with children under 6 and a child tax credit of $3,600. And Houston will get $650 million, Harris County $914 million. This is a rescue. The insurrectionists did not win, but democracy did, and America is now to rescue them. The Democrats are on the way to give you help. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlelady from Texas, and I will remind her that while this legislation provides her state government with another $40 billion, it fails to include any language to ensure that the 5 million K through 12 students in her state are back in open schools anytime soon. Does nothing to open schools. Love to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Geez, we could talk for 2 hours. First, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned here, the increase in the earned income tax credit for single people has a marriage penalty in it. I bring it up because I know the strength that Black Lives Matter had in this last election. I know it's a group that it doesn't like the old-fashioned family. Disturbed that we have another program here in which we're increasing the marriage penalty. Second thing, we have loan forgiveness on farms based on ethnicity. Okay, some people are going to get a forgiveness, some people aren't. I think that's incredibly divisive. I think we started out with a divisive inaugural speech right off the bat, and to go down this route is only going to create divisiveness in America. The third thing, to have a bill this high spending with the Federal Reserve printing about this amount of money is inevitably going to result in inflation. I feel so sorry for young people today as the cost of housing goes through the roof. I don't know how they're going to be able to afford a house, but we also have increase in food costs, increase in energy costs. I don't want to call it the Joe Biden inflation, but I'm afraid that's where we're headed. The fourth thing, in the rush from judgment, giving checks to people incarcerated. I've talked to my correctional officers about this. I don't know how they're supposed to feel, in which they have to work every day, and the people that they're taking care of are going to be getting checks out of this. And finally, I've had 2 municipalities in my district in which I've been contacted, in which the amount of money they're getting is over 10 times what they feel would make them whole. So I think we're being very reckless about the degree to which we're spending money here. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, a distinguished member of the
Gentlewoman is
Budget
recognized
Committee.
for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my colleague from Wisconsin will not leave at this time, as he's talked about Black Lives Matter. How dare you say that Black Lives Matter, Black people do not understand old-fashioned families. Despite some of the issues, some of the things that you have put forward that I've heard out of your mouth in the Oversight Committee, in your own district, we have been able to keep our families alive for over 400 years, and the assault on our families to not have Black lives or not even have Black families. How dare you say that we are not interested in families in the Black community? That is outrageous. That should be stricken down. I was going to talk about the American Rescue Plan. We know that this is going to provide relief to not only Black lives, Black Americans, but all Americans, that we are interested in children and in their welfare. And at this time, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic Caucus Chairman, and a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The COVID-19 pandemic is a once-in-a-century crisis. It requires a once-in-a-century comprehensive, compassionate, and continuing congressional response. That is what the American Rescue Plan is all about. More than 500,000 Americans have died. Hundreds of thousands of businesses have closed. Almost 30 million Americans infected by the coronavirus. Tens of millions of Americans dealing with unemployment or food insecurity or on the brink of homelessness. So much pain, suffering, and death, and our Republican colleagues want us to do nothing? What is wrong with you? We are going to act with the fierce urgency of now. We will crush the virus. We will provide direct relief to everyday Americans who are struggling. We will revive the economy. We will send the American Rescue Plan to President Biden's desk. We will build back better for the people. Help is on the way.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from New York, and I will remind him that with passage of this bill, his state's 3 million seniors could see a cut to Medicare of $27 billion over the next 10 years. And I would also like to remind the Speaker that CBO says that without any additional stimulus, our economy later on in this year will be the highest GDP growth that we have seen in 15 years. So that help of extra government spending is not necessary to bail out your friends and allies who are in the governor's mansion in New York or California. Happy to yield 2 minutes to the fine gentleman from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the ranking member for yielding. Previous speaker said Republicans want to do nothing to help, which is false, untrue. Members in this body came together during an unprecedented crisis and passed 5 bills to provide much-needed relief and pave the way to defeat the virus. And I believe that all of us continue to support targeted help for those who need it. But that's not what this bill is. This bill may have made sense a year ago, but why would we print and borrow $2 trillion when we're so close to crushing this virus and returning to a way of life that all Americans sacrificed? Why give $130 billion to schools and not require them to open when the CDC says it's safe, and at a time when so many kids are desperate for personal social interaction? Why provide $350 billion to states that shut down their economies even though their revenues are at record highs? Why send $1,400 checks to individuals when the majority of those receiving the checks never lost any income? People want to get back to work. So why make it harder, as we're doing in this bill, by giving them a bonus to stay home? The answer is this bill is not just about COVID relief. It's about enacting the largest progressive policy wish list of all time. Mr. Speaker, we can do better than this, and the American people deserve better. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the gentleman that the push to give $2,000 to every citizen under a certain income level was former President Donald Trump's idea. He campaigned on that. I guess the Republicans have had a change of heart now that it's a different president. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, the distinguished chair of the Oversight and Reform Committee, Ms. Maloney.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I strongly support this bill, and the Oversight Committee, which I chair, is responsible for the provisions in this package that provide funding to states, local governments, tribes, and territories. When we began our work, hundreds upon hundreds of community leaders reached out to us asking for help. They told us the relief in this bill would mean recovery instead of recession. Democrats answered that call, and today we are delivering $362 billion in dedicated aid to cities and localities across this nation, and they need it. 1.4 million essential workers have already been laid off due to state and local budget shortfalls that threaten the very fabric of our society. This relief means that our first responders, our teachers, transit, sanitation, everybody that's working, our public servants, continue serving our children, helping our neighborhoods, and protecting our communities as we see the fight against the pandemic through to the end. This bill will provide local governments dedicated support for the first time since the pandemic struck. It can be used for vaccines, increased testing, and countless jobs. Cities across this nation, states have lost billions in expected tax revenue. This bill helps. The Oversight Committee also delivered a provision providing emergency paid leave for federal employees to prevent the spread of the virus, as well as critical oversight provisions to ensure transparency of this full $1.9 trillion package. The American Rescue Plan will rebuild our pandemic-torn nation from the ground up and stronger than ever. Everybody should vote for this bill.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the lady from New York, and I would like to remind her that in her home state, she has 16% of the country's homeless population in the United States. But under this bailout, CBO projects that precisely $0 of the $5 billion that is in this bill will go to help the homeless population this coming year. With that said, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the leader of the working class party, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I want to thank Congressman Jason Smith for his work as the ranking Republican on budget. Mr. Speaker, I know the Democrats in the House are excited because all their work has even transpired all the way to Nevada, because now the socialist Democratic wing of the party has taken over there as well. From H.R. 1 to voting to defund the police, House Democrats have abandoned any pretense of unity. They passed 3 major bills in 1 month with 0 bipartisan support. Today, they plan to pass another. Like the others, it represents a missed opportunity for Congress to focus on the real needs of the American people. At $1.9 trillion in new spending, the so-called American Rescue Plan is the most expensive single bill in American history. Let's put that number in context, Mr. Speaker. If you put it in today's numbers, World War II cost our government $4.8 trillion. But if we pass this bill, our country's total COVID relief spending will now total $5.5 trillion. This so-called relief bill will end up costing every hardworking taxpayer in America more than $5,000 each. You send the government your tax dollars, but you only get a fraction of what you pay for at the very best. You know, we warned people on the internet about email scams. It's like the ones of those emails where you get a promise you'll get millions of dollars, but first you have to wire them some money. That's exactly what's happening here today. This is the reality of this bill before us. It showers money on special interests, but spends less than 9% on actually defeating the virus. But it gives San Francisco $600 million, essentially wiping out 92% of their budget deficit. Think about that. 9% on the virus. But Mr. Speaker, San Francisco, the home to our Speaker, gets to wipe out 92% of their budget deficit. Where does that money come from? Well, every American is now going to pay more than $5,000 so we can send it to San Francisco and give them 92% of their budget deficit. Interesting how socialism works. In both the House and Senate, the only bipartisan vote has been against this. And after 5 relief bills, it is on track to be the first passed by strictly party lines. Mr. Speaker, I've heard people across the country say this bill today is costly, corrupt, and liberal. Now, even the Biden White House agrees. It is very liberal. They called this the most progressive piece of legislation in history. For those who are watching, progressive means socialism. The same party that runs here and now the Democratic Party of Nevada is the Socialist Democratic Party. So let's be clear. This isn't a rescue bill. It isn't a relief bill. It's a laundry list of left-wing priorities that predate the pandemic and do not meet the needs of the American families. No wonder even House Democrats have said they are embarrassed by what is in it. And just this week, one of their own members said there is no question there's some waste in there. But they'll still vote for it anyways. In fact, if you are a member of the swamp, you do pretty well under this bill. But for the American people, it means serious problems immediately on the horizon. Consider this. Mr. Speaker, every person, and it will only be Democrats who vote for this, will cause a $36 billion cuts in Medicare starting this year. So what they choose to do is cut Medicare to those who need it and send $600 million to San Francisco to pay for 92% of their budget deficit. Or consider K through 12 education. Democrats say they need $130 billion to reopen schools. But their bill only allocates $6 billion to help schools this fiscal year. 2/3 of the total funding for education won't even be spent until 2023 or later. But don't worry, San Francisco will get their money now. The schools need to wait. You have priorities. Do Democrats expect schools to reopen 2 years from now? I guess that's what they're saying with this bill. They have no plan to get children back in the classroom full time. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of school districts across the country switching to school behind a screen. We still don't know the full effects of this decision, but we do know keeping classrooms closed has created an education and mental health problem for students and parents. It has been a lost year for our children's education. And even more devastating, 1 in 4 young adults have struggled with suicidal thoughts. Experience and scientific evidence say reopen schools now. It's necessary and it's safe. Mr. Speaker, the last time this bill was on the floor, we offered an amendment to take that money for that subway just outside of San Francisco and put that money for the children's mental health and others. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all the Democrats said no, that subway by San Francisco was more important. But fortunately, we were able to remove that from the bill in the Senate. But luckily here, all the Democrats were able to think the priority is not children, it was San Francisco. But because Democrats are following the demands of special interests, not science, they're telling children to wait with no end in sight. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the Democrats on the other side because they put their money where their mouth is. They are telling the American public, first, give me $5,000. I know you have to work harder, but what I'm going to do, because this is how socialism works, the Democrats are now going to decide who should get that money. And you know what? At least they give it to the people they respect the most. So let's go through this. Compared to the subsidies for the swamp, Democrats want to give federal employees who have not been laid off an extra $21,000 to help cope with virtual schooling. But if you're in the private sector or if you've been laid off, you don't get any of that. But what they want to do is take the money from you, give it to any federal employee, gets a bonus of $21,000, even though they've never been laid off work. So if you're in Washington in the swamp, you're part of the team. If you're a hardworking taxpayer, sorry, you just send a bill. But if you're in San Francisco, we're going to help pay for your deficit. What does it say to the millions of mothers and fathers who had to quit their job to take care of their kids at home and in school? Or compare that to Title X. This bill will allow organizations like Planned Parenthood to access $50 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, for decades in this body, we respected one another's opinion. We created the Hyde Amendment. It said we would not use taxpayers' funds for abortion. But when there's a pandemic and a socialist reign, we're going to charge you $5,000 regardless of how you feel about it, and that's where the money's going to be spent. Now, what the Democrats believe, schools should wait a couple years to get their money, but not Planned Parenthood. We've got to get that money there quick. Or compare it to how we fund states, Mr. Speaker. We've always had a formula. But, Mr. Speaker, now that we're going to do this bill this way, where it's only one-party rule, we're going to change the formula of how states can get their money. So let's analyze that. Democrats claim states and local governments need $350 billion. Now, where do they get that number? Well, if they read the headlines, it would confirm states are not in financial distress. Nearly half saw an increase in revenue last year. And some, even including in my home state of California, they have a budget surplus. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand in Washington, they don't understand maybe the word what surplus means. That means you have more money. that you actually saved money. But what California is going to get is a windfall. Remember, San Francisco's in California. Mr. Speaker, just happens to be the Speaker's district as well. They have a $650 million deficit. Now, some of the challenges that San Francisco has, you see, if you're in San Francisco and you're homeless, they'll pay for your alcohol and they'll pay for your cannabis. So it costs more money. So that's why you have a deficit. But it's okay, because we don't need to send the schools money today. We can send that years from now. But we need to get them 92% of their deficit taken care of. Now, we have a pandemic going on, and we're going to spend $1.9 trillion, but only 9% of that needs to go to COVID, because San Francisco needs a lot of money. So what they have done now is they reward bad behavior. As for the few places that are facing shortfalls, they're actually punishing states that did it right. American taxpayers didn't vote for this, but thanks to the blue state payout, they are. The bill rewards bad behavior. Now, President Biden, he hasn't had a press conference, but he did say one time, and someone picked it up, "Show me what to cut." Well, the Senate actually cut tens of billions in spending from the Biden bill that the House passed. Now, I feel bad, Mr. Speaker, because Speaker Pelosi at first had like $112 million for that really important COVID subway just outside of San Francisco. Now, before that bill was able to get to the floor and the public found out about it, I guess it got good press because they added more money to it. It got to $140 million. Now, when it came to the floor here, there was a group of people, well, Mr. Speaker, let's just say who it was, the Republicans. They thought a better priority was to spend that $140 million for children with mental health. Because we've watched study after study of children being left out of school, suicide, obesity. What about those children who have parents who don't work for the federal government? They don't get a bonus. And some of those parents had to quit their job to care for their children. So we thought, I know it's a small amount compared to $1.9 trillion, we thought, wouldn't that be a better use of the money? So we offered that on this floor, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats said no to that this subway was more important than the children. Well, luckily, on the Senate side, they took that out. Whoa! Mr. Speaker, the American public thought for one moment, maybe the price could get a little lower that the American public would have to pay, not $5,000 a person. Maybe they saved a little money. No, 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 no. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats are in charge of the Senate too. So they now decided, since they couldn't build the subway, they would just plus that money up. So where did they spend it? Well, Mr. Speaker, you got to give them credit. They took the same advice that the Democrats in the House had. You see, they added an extra $25,000 bonus for state employees. Let's just not reward the employees of the federal government that haven't been laid off. Let's reward the state employees who haven't been laid off. They get $25,000 bonus. Isn't that amazing? I guess the money, I wonder where it comes from. Oh yes, Mr. Speaker, it comes from the American people, the hardworking taxpayers. You see, they all need to send the government $5,000 so you can decide where to spend it. And if you're part of the swamp, pretty good reward, $25,000. And then they added $15 billion for taxpayer-funded health care subsidies that illegal immigrants are able and eligible for. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know this, Mr. Speaker, based upon your district and others. You know what's happening down in the border. President Biden has created a new border crisis. There's more people able to come in, not being tested with COVID, but lo and behold, they are now going to get subsidized health care. Luckily, we could spend more money on that, Mr. Speaker. There's probably much more coming now with the Biden border crisis. But will this help the people get back to work? Nope. Will this help students get back in the classroom? Nope. But will it help vaccines get to those who want it? Nope. But will it help take care of 92% of San Francisco's budget deficit? Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will. It just throws out money without accountability. Even though there are $1 trillion sitting there right now that have already been appropriated that can go out to help. But remember what Margaret Thatcher said, Mr. Speaker. Socialism. You'll eventually run out of other people's money. You've been doing a very good job of it so far. There is still work to do to defeat the virus. But it is clear we are nearing the final phase of the fight. For 12 terrible months, the American worker has struggled through lockdowns, sacrificed through closure, and suffered through mandates. They persevered through it all. And now their government wants to take 5,000 more of it to make sure a federal employee that wasn't laid off, state employee that wasn't laid off, gets bonuses. And lo and behold, we've got to make sure San Francisco gets their deficit taken care of. Not in 2 years, like the schools, but today. President Trump, Operation Warp Speed, previous bipartisan efforts in Congress, and the American people worked tirelessly towards that outcome. President Biden was set up for success, both economically and with vaccines. But in that short amount of time, what have, Mr. Speaker, they've been able to accomplish down at the administration? They raised our gasoline price, so not only are you asking them to pay for this bill, you're taking more out of their pocket, and at the same time, by a stroke of a pen, he laid off millions of those workers. Mr. Speaker, I know this for sure. I know where you serve, and I know your passion for serving. I know the people in your district that are getting laid off for the XL pipeline. I know that wasn't your wish. It's harder to pay a bigger tax bill when you don't have a job. It's even worse when that job was taken away by your president. It's even worse when you go out to look for a new job and that same president has changed the policy along the border, and now you're competing with people who are not even Americans, and they're getting subsidized health care because of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I believe the American public wants something different. I believe they were proud of the fact when we did something here that was bipartisan. I believe they were proud of the fact with Operation Warp Speed, we now have 3 vaccines. I believe they were proud when we were energy independent. I believe they were proud when they had more money in their pocket, when they didn't have to pay so much for gasoline. But Mr. Speaker, socialism has destroyed many countries. I just watched Venezuela offer new currency. What was it, $1 billion is worth 50 cents today. How did it all start? I've watched socialism grow in this country. I watched it grow in this body. I see within your own party, you no longer even fear to say that you're Democrats anymore, Mr. Speaker. You're socialist Democrats. That's the lead of the Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee isn't even registered as a Democrat. So why would you think what would be produced? Mr. Speaker, whoever votes for this bill, I want you to look the people in the eye. I want you to think about that hardworking taxpayer. I want you to explain to them why only 9% goes to defeat COVID. Why do they have to give $5,000 and you redistribute it to people who weren't even laid off? You give bonuses to the things you care most about. Mr. Speaker, I've heard our speaker say many times, where you spend your money shows your values. Well, she does represent San Francisco, Mr. Speaker, but we don't. 92% of the budget deficit of San Francisco is going to be paid with this bill. But for that parent out there who is struggling, that for the last year, that has had to be the teacher, the tutor, the coach, the music instructor, The recess participant, help is not on the way. Help is not on the way. For those who have studied government and always thought working something bipartisan would be positive, that's no longer the case. For those who thought they could have a fair debate on a floor, they take away even the offer to have an amendment. And when we do, and we prioritize the children of this nation over a subway in a district not far from our speaker, the majority party walks in line. Mr. Speaker, we are so much better than this. We proved it 5 other times. What a difference it makes by a simple new control of a power that people want. Mr. Speaker, when you study history, there's a saying in a book called The Prince, Machiavellian. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The first indication to know if it happens, take a look at the vote. There'll be a bipartisan vote against this bill. You could wave to me, it's okay. I want you to wave to the American public when they have to wave away $5,000. So a federal employee that never been laid off gets a $21,000 to deal with their children being at home. Who's going to represent them? Who's going to be their voice? Mr. Speaker, I'll promise you this. We will never stop listening to those voices. We will never stop fighting for those voices. And there will be a day that will be the majority voice in this House. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have not seen that this year. History will not be kind to what transpires today. But I still believe that America is a great hope for the future. That we're all conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that we are equal. But in this body, it seems as though only one can have a voice. But that will not last long, and that will change shortly. With that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've just listened to a repetitive recitation of all the arguments we've heard against the American Rescue Plan for the last 6 weeks or so, and they consist essentially of scare tactics, misinformation, and then calling everything socialism. You know, if Democrats had a potluck picnic, the Republicans would call it socialism. What we say is this is a bill that responds uniquely to a unique national crisis, and it does it in a way that the American people believe is the right way. So I respond to the minority leader by saying, a poll just this morning, 75% of the American people support the American Rescue Plan, only 18% oppose it, 59% of Republicans support the American Rescue Plan. So despite his attempts to divide this country and to demonize the Speaker and others, the American people understand that this is the appropriate step to take at the appropriate time. I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 45 seconds.
Every day, constituents in my district are asking when the $1,400 survival checks are coming and when they can get help with their rent so that they don't become homeless. They are suffering and they need help now. The American Rescue Plan is a real plan to crush the virus by speeding vaccine distribution and increasing access to health care. This will not only mean safer families, but also safer classrooms for teachers and students. It means a continuation of $300 a week checks in unemployment insurance, and it supports our businesses so they don't close. With over 500,000 dead, we need a way to end this crisis and help our people. That is exactly what today's bill will do. I strongly urge a yes vote.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the Republican whip, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my friend from Missouri for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this massive non-COVID spending bill. And if you look over the last year during this pandemic, Congress has come together many times in a bipartisan way to go and specifically help families who are struggling, to help small businesses who are hanging on by a thread, to try to put more money into finding a vaccine. Mr. Speaker, we were successful in those initiatives. In fact, so successful that we now have 3 proven vaccines that are out there working because of President Trump's Operation Warp Speed. We were able to help millions of small businesses stay afloat. There's still more struggling. Many cases in states who are mismanaging this, you're seeing a disparate impact. But Mr. Speaker, instead of working with Republicans and Democrats, President Biden tried this go-it-alone approach to allow Speaker Pelosi to write a bill behind closed doors, bring the bill forward, not allowing a single Democrat to file an amendment on a $1.9 trillion spending bill in the House. When you look at what's in the bill, and many people reference polling as if we should vote based on a poll that doesn't show the full story. Well, we're starting to get the full story, Mr. Speaker. If you ask people, do you think with hundreds of billions of dollars still out there unspent from previous bills, we should borrow $1.9 trillion from our children to do things like send $1,400 checks to people in federal prison? Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's in this bill. Pick your prisoner of choice. The Boston Marathon bomber gets a $1,400 check in this bill, and we're borrowing that money from our children. Has that been asked by a pollster? I would argue no, but there was an amendment to strip that out. Every Democrat who had the opportunity voted to continue sending those checks to felons. No wonder last week, Mr. Speaker, 97 Democrats voted to allow felons to vote in elections. Luckily, that amendment barely failed. But, Mr. Speaker, look at what's in this bill. Is there any money in this bill, by the way, to specifically open our schools? Unfortunately, the answer to that is no. We had an amendment to require that if you're going to give hundreds of billions of new money to schools, shouldn't at least be used to open those schools? The science says to open schools. The union bosses say no. You look at what's in this bill, you look at what's not in this bill. This should be a targeted relief bill, but instead, this is an attempt by Speaker Pelosi to further promote her socialist agenda. 95% of the money in this bill for schools can't even be spent this year. So this bill actually keeps schools closed longer. And think about that juxtaposition, Mr. Speaker. President Biden has created a crisis at America's border. President Biden said America's border is open, but in this bill, he keeps schools closed. How does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker? Again, you go through this bill, they actually inserted language in this bill by dark of night, and I'm sure it's never been pulled, but in this bill, it bans states from cutting taxes. If anyone can explain to me how that has anything to do with COVID, you look at a state like New York, who is losing hundreds of thousands of people from gross mismanagement by their governor and because of high taxes, to states like Florida who have no income tax. And if the state of New York in this bill tries to fix the problems they've created with high taxes by trying to bring their state in line, they actually get penalized in this bill for cutting taxes. This has nothing to do with COVID. We should work together on something that helps families get through this, helps get more vaccines in arms, helps open up our schools. This is a failed socialist approach. I urge rejection, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
Gentleman has, from Kentucky has 14 1/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Missouri has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished chairman of the Education and Labor Committee, and also a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the American Rescue Plan Act. Passing this plan will give schools the resources they need to comply with the CDC guidelines to reopen safely and to remain open, and resources needed to make up for lost time in the classroom. Passing this plan will help institutions of higher education weather this pandemic and provide urgent financial assistance to their students. It will help child care providers to keep their doors open so working parents can rejoin the workforce. Passing this plan will prevent more than 1 million retirees from losing their hard-earned pensions and avert an economic calamity that will destroy countless businesses and cost taxpayers at least $170 billion. Passing this rescue plan will also improve access to affordable health care during the pandemic, and it will cut child poverty about in half. And passing this plan will protect vulnerable Americans across the country, including families facing financial hardship, older Americans trying to stay safe, and survivors of domestic and gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, the American people have been calling on us to deliver relief and to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we come together to send a resounding message that help is on the way. I urge my colleagues to support the American Rescue Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Boyle.
Gentleman is from Pennsylvania is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, this is a historic day. Among other things, today in this bill, we will be voting to cut child poverty by 50% in the United States of America. That's just one reason why this is the most popular economic rescue plan in my lifetime. I have voted for this bill 3 times already. The only thing better is getting to vote for it a 4th time. To the American people, help is finally on the way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure this chamber may have not heard, but under the leadership of President Trump, in 2019, we hit the lowest poverty ever. Lowest poverty. So thank you, President Trump. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to thank President Biden and all of the Democratic leadership for this wonderful, historic piece of legislation that we're voting on here today. This indeed responds to the needs of the American people during this pandemic. This is why I came to Congress to do this kind of work. And I'm so proud to be a Democratic member of Congress at this time. I want you to know that this bill not only supports education, gives stimulus checks to put food on the table, unemployment assistance, small businesses will be able to reopen and to stay open, and then everybody will have access to the vaccines that will be made available because of this bill. And it has been said more than once that this bill will take children out of poverty. They will be able to depend on regular assistance to them and their families every month. I'm so pleased that as the chair of the Financial Services Committee, I had in my jurisdiction $77 billion to deal with some very critical issues. This bill includes critical funding for emergency rental assistance, providing $22.5 billion to pay the back rent and future rent payments owed by millions of struggling families. And that is in urban communities, rural communities, Black, white, Asian, all folks will have access to this rental assistance. Combined with the funding for emergency rental assistance I negotiated in the December stimulus package and the $5 billion for 70,000 new housing vouchers that are included in this package, this bill is truly historic and will help people across the nation to remain safely housed. Thank you so very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentlelady from the great state of Colorado.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you very much to the ranking member of the Budget Committee, my friend Congressman Jason Smith. Thank you for this time. COVID relief, Mr. Chairman, here we go again. The left continues to manipulate the English language however it suits their fancy, lying to the American people about what is really happening in the swamp. American Rescue Plan? Please, President Biden is dropping bombs before anybody is getting checks. Relief? Where is the relief for moms and dads trying to return their children to school? This legislation has more funding for Democrat pet projects than it does for getting our kids out from behind the screens and back into the classrooms. Democrats say this money that hasn't been and won't be spent anytime soon is urgently needed to safely reopen schools. Bull. Many states have had their schools open for months now. By one estimate, state departments of education have between 53 and 63 billion federal funds to reopen. That's unspent. This bill has another $130 billion, but only 5% would be spent this school year. Democrats should stop using kids' schooling as a bargaining chip for more money for teachers' unions. Stop holding our children's education hostage for your pet projects and your lobbyist friends. What about our seniors? Where is the relief for those who have suffered under draconian leadership of Cuomo, Whitmer, Newsom? This legislation uses COVID like cheap drugstore concealer, masking the nasty truth about Democrat spending. This is nothing more than a trashy spending spree while doing nothing for those who have suffered the most from this China virus. With a $1 trillion left unspent from previous COVID bills, only 9% of this bill is going to address COVID-related issues. About 45% of it won't be spent until 2022 and beyond. And it begs the question, why would Democrats push such a partisan, divisive, and frankly, unhelpful bill? The answer can be found on K Street, Mr. Speaker, where lobbyists close to Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden are already chilling the bubbly. Mr. Speaker, Americans see why this legislation will be the first COVID bill to receive zero bipartisan support. Americans know this bill will benefit states and unions that have been poorly mismanaged. But on Main Street, the small businesses will continue to suffer. $90 billion to bail out private pension plans, $500 billion to states and localities to keep their economies locked down. Less than 9% of this $1.9 trillion goes to something COVID-related. Meanwhile, Planned Parenthood gets funding, pensions get bailed out, and San Francisco's balance sheets goes from red to black. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Planned Parenthood can go fund themselves. If conservatives were in charge, you would see a limited, targeted relief plan while enabling businesses and schools to remain open and reigniting our economy. Look at businesses and schools, look at Florida and Texas who have led the way. Never forget, these jobs are essential, and the best stimulus package is to reopen. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Virginia, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Wexton.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to get out of this pandemic and back to normal. We want to ensure that our kids can learn safely in their classrooms. We want to get more shots into arms. We want to put money directly into the pockets of the Americans in need. And we want to restore jobs in our communities. We have to take action now, and the American Rescue Plan is the best way forward. Our colleagues across the aisle want to gaslight the American people on this, but they know that this bill has the support of over 70% of Americans, and there's a reason for that. The American Rescue Plan meets the needs of our families and communities right now. With this bill, we will finally put this pandemic behind us. We will cut child poverty in half. We will deliver transformative tax cuts for our families, especially working moms. This is a great day because help is on the way. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The
Reserve.
gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 45 seconds.
Rescue and relief for those awaiting life-saving vaccines, for struggling small businesses, indebted families about to lose their home, for impoverished children, for those who are eager to get their children back in school. These are survival checks that are coming. And the same Republicans who delayed relief for 7 long months last year seem determined to block this lifeline this year. Texas families tell me they can't wait for more of your Republican gamesmanship. And our mayors and counties across Texas, they have been the ones who stood alone, shouldering the burden of leadership after multiple Trump failures and outrageous Abbott interference. They need to provide for our communities. That's the relief you would provide. Let's preserve the promise of life and liberty for those whose future has been dimmed by hardship. Republicans will not again deny the relief that we are delivering today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my good friend from Mississippi.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last year, Republicans and Democrats have worked together on numerous occasions to provide COVID relief for the American people. Unfortunately, this bill was not that way. This legislation is a completely partisan bill that has yet to receive one Republican vote in either the House or the Senate. This spending bill will appropriate nearly $2 trillion at a time in which we still have $1 trillion in unspent funding from previous relief bills. This bill will be passed at a time in which our economy is growing, on which unemployment is dropping, in a time in which Americans are being vaccinated. Instead of prioritizing public health needs, focusing on reopening our economy, reopening our schools, or even securing our border, we will be voting to add almost $2 trillion to our national debt, the most of the spending going to fulfill campaign promises and fund the agenda of the far left. We must reject this partisan bill that even many Democrats admit is the most progressive legislation in the last quarter century, and Congress must instead focus on working together for the good of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, people often wonder, does government understand what's happening in my life and my family's life? Despite the arguments of our Republican colleagues that the pandemic has passed, that the economy is fine, no relief is warranted, the truth is more than 500,000 people have died, 4 million small businesses have closed, millions of people are out of work, and relief is needed. The American Rescue Plan will speed up the delivery of vaccines, bolster testing and tracing, and expand access to affordable health care. It puts money up to $1,400 a person right into the pockets of working people. It extends unemployment benefits and gets help to small businesses. Today, with President Biden in the White House and Democrats in control of Congress, we can tell the American people help is on the way. And to listen to my friends on the other side of the aisle, you wonder, where do they live? Because according to them, all this has been resolved. The pandemic is gone. People are back to work. The economy's recovered. That's not reality. This bill will provide desperately needed relief to those we serve. I urge everyone to support the American Rescue Plan, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri. Reserves?
Reserves. Yeah.
Gentleman, reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Michigan, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Kildee.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the chairman of the Budget Committee, for yielding. I support this legislation. The American people support this legislation because it's good for families, it's good for seniors, it's good for businesses, and it provides immediate economic relief to the people who are struggling right now. $2,000 to every American, supported by Democrats and Republicans. Speeding up vaccination, supported by Democrats and Republicans. Extending unemployment benefits, supported by Democrats and Republicans. Expanding the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. Cutting child poverty, supported by Democrats and Republicans. I say it's supported by Democrats and Republicans with one exception: the Republicans who serve in this Congress. Republicans across the country support it. Independents across the country support it. Democrats support it. This is time to act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Reserves.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from New York, a distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Clark.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 45 seconds.
And I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again in support of the American Rescue Act. This monumental and comprehensive legislation will bring and sustain critical relief to the American people. $1,400 in direct payments to the most economically distressed Americans, cutting child poverty in half, $26 billion for emergency rental assistance, $7.25 billion in new money for the PPP program. New York City was the outbreak epicenter of the virus. We experienced unprecedented loss and economic devastation. But the American Rescue Plan and Brooklyn, New York, and the nation can look forward to a future beyond devastating pandemic. And no matter the amount of gaslighting, alternative facts, fear-mongering, and conspiracy theories will fool the American people. President Biden and the Democrats to the rescue. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri. Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Agriculture and Oversight and Reform Committees, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is historic because it buries the myth that the cause of childhood poverty is a lack of character or a lack of hard work or a lack of love. The bill affirms the simple truth that the cause of poverty is a lack of income to cover basic necessities. No child in America should be deprived of food, of medicine, of clothing, or of education because of the accident of birth. That is what this bill stands for. It represents and marks an ideological revolution on behalf of justice. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, a distinguished member of the Oversight and Reform and Appropriations Committee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, to honor the 500,000 Americans who perished in this pandemic and rescue the millions still struggling in its fiscal chokehold, we must end this national viral nightmare. The American Rescue Plan is our best hope and the most ambitious progressive legislation in scope and impact since the Affordable Care Act. It delivers direct payments to families, helps our schools safely reopen, and ensures small businesses and Main Street stay open. It also ramps up testing and vaccine deployments, especially to underserved communities. This plan's tax changes likely cut child poverty in half. If we want kids behind desks, shots in arms, and people in jobs, this American Rescue Plan delivers vital relief now and lays a solid foundation for the future. Thankfully, the misers are no longer in charge, and help is on the way. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
As chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I speak in support of the international provisions of the American Rescue Plan. Pandemics do not respect international borders. COVID-19 won't end in America until it's brought under control around the world. The $10 billion included in this package for international support are a small yet critical investment in fighting COVID and its effects around the world. This portion of the bill prioritizes global health, providing more than $4.6 billion to relieve overburdened healthcare systems and medical workers, and helping governments and multilateral partners develop and distribute vaccines. To address the humanitarian crises exacerbated by this pandemic, the American Rescue Plan provides funding for life-saving assistance, including shelter, food, clean water, and basic medical care. It also provides COVID-related relief to refugees who are already among the most vulnerable, and to our multilateral partners such as the World Food Program and UNICEF, who can leverage their other partners and their global reach to maximize these dollars. These provisions will also provide nearly $1 billion in flexible funding for economic support to help ensure that even more need isn't created as a result of the economic impacts of COVID, which are already severe. It will support our diplomats and development professionals, enabling them to scale up and adapt to the pandemic and continue to serve Americans and our country's interests around the world. The foreign affairs provisions represent approximately 0.5% of the overall package. These funds support Americans' foreign commitments to the poorest nations, least able to tackle the pandemic. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise with gratitude and appreciation for the Biden administration. This administration did not give up, did not give in. This administration has become now a symbol of hope and help for working class people. It is time for us to put more emphasis on the workers and less emphasis on the billionaire class. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's this popular phrase that our Speaker is known for, that we must pass the bill before we know what's in it. Well, the other side also said you must pull the bill before the American people knows what's in it. After they figure out what's in this bill, they won't like it. We've looked at this bill. We've read it. Less than 9% of all funding of this bill goes for healthcare spending, to crush the virus, to put vaccinations in the arms of Americans. More than 20% of this bill goes to policies that harms jobs and reduces employment. $36 billion will be cut from Medicare just next year alone because of this bill. Over $360 billion will be cut from seniors in 10 years because of this bill. Mr. Speaker, when the facts are polled, the American people will know that this is a progressive wish list forced down by the Democrat Party.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains?
Gentleman has 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This morning there was a really interesting article in the Louisville, Kentucky paper, the Courier-Journal, because yesterday the Beshear administration presented to the General Assembly the numbers that Kentucky was going to experience based on this American Rescue Plan. The money that was going to go to the state, the money that was going to go to counties and cities. the money that was going to go to higher education, half of which has to be used to support students in need, the amount of money that was going to go to help children out of poverty. And the way it was described in this article was that these legislators, overwhelmingly Republican, our state house is 75 to 25, and our Senate is 38 to 9, they were stunned, they were excited. One person described it as the excitement was palpable. Of course, because this is life-changing for so many constituents of theirs. It is life-changing for the future of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Let me put it this way. We have 4.4 million Kentuckians. 4 million of them, 4 million out of 4.4 million, 92%, will be getting a check. The $1,400 check, some a little bit less, but most $1,400. 1.2 million children will become eligible for extended child tax credit. 1.2 million children. The magnitude of the impact of this bill is truly stunning. Now, some people will say, and you can imply this, or you can infer this from many things that the Republicans have said, that those a lot of those people don't deserve the $1,400. They don't need it. Well, I hope they all go home and tell those people that they represent, you really don't need that $1,400. You haven't suffered because of this pandemic. You haven't had to care for a relative, a child who's not being able to go to school. You haven't had any extra expenses because of the pandemic. You just don't need it. You're a moderate income person. Don't take the $1,400. I want to hear that conversation because it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, what we're all concerned about on our side is the Republicans are all going to vote against this, and then they're going to show up at every ribbon cutting for every project that's funded out of this bill, and they're going to pump up their chests and take credit for all of these great benefits that are coming to their citizens. It's okay. If they want to take credit for it, fine. What we're concerned about is that we have finally in this body, in this Congress, risen to the occasion in the context of a terrible national disaster. And what astounds me when I listen to the arguments against this bill is that nobody was at fault here. At least nobody out in the country was at fault. All these people are going to get $1,400. They didn't do anything wrong. All these kids who are going to get raised out of poverty, they certainly didn't do anything wrong. The people who are now in food lines in many cities across this country, who never, ever would have been in a food line before, they didn't do anything wrong. Who's going to help? Do we say this is all survival of the fittest? No. We rise to the occasion. We delivered. The American people, I know, support us, and I urge everyone to support the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has been ruthless. With over 500,000 lives lost, we are a nation in a constant state of mourning. Sadly, we cannot take away the pain and the suffering of our friends, neighbors, and loved ones, but with this seismic legislation, we are delivering much-needed help and relief to millions of our fellow Americans. In a few minutes, this chamber will pass and then send to President Biden a monumental piece of legislation that will begin to turn the tide of an unprecedented health and economic crisis. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for the confidence that she offered to the Ways and Means Committee as we wrote most of this legislation. In the 33 years that I have served in this House, I don't know that I will ever cast a more important vote than what we are about to do, and of such great consequence, in but a few minutes. I'm immensely proud of the work that the Ways and Means Committee members did to make this legislation a reality. We heard the American people and we went big. We proudly contributed substantial solutions that will strengthen our recovery from this virus and rebuild our economy to work better for all Americans. The Ways and Means Committee was responsible for $1 trillion of this expenditure. To contain the public health crisis and make health coverage more accessible, we are making the largest expansion of the Affordable Care Act since it was enacted, and which the Ways and Means Committee helped to write. We are bringing down the cost for jobless Americans, saving them thousands of dollars in health insurance costs and more. We will also include assistance for nursing homes that are desperate to contain this virus. We are going to help those struggling to stay afloat by putting cash in their pockets, simultaneously creating liquidity and demand. And for the jobless, we extend federal unemployment benefits to keep them afloat for the better days that lie ahead. We have made 3 key tax credits for low and middle income workers and families more generous, more flexible, and more capable of tackling the inequality and concentrated wealth that exists in our country. And we already know that a key to our recovery will be giving parents the tools to go back to work, even though their previous child care may have been upended. We will ease their worries by making child care more accessible and indeed more affordable. The child credit will lift millions out of poverty. The expanded earned income tax credit will put money into the pockets of the lowest income workers. Listen to this following statistic. All in all, there will be an increase in after-tax income for the poorest 20% of Americans by increasing their income by 20%. That is a staggering achievement. It is a life-changing achievement. Lastly, we have also made a long overdue fix to multi-employer pension programs that will protect hard-earned savings of workers, many of whom have been on the front lines of this crisis. These are people who have played by the rules, served our country in the military, and worked day in and day out with the promise of a secure retirement, not to have it pulled from under them. And I would remind all that 30 Republicans on 2 separate occasions have voted for this bill as a standalone measure. When I heard a previous speaker say this was a bailout, it's a backstop. And in addition, perhaps that individual didn't understand the PBGC, because if we didn't come to the support of these pensions, it would take down the Public Benefit Guaranty Corporation, which ensures all pensions for Americans in the private sector. I cannot stress this enough that these provisions are going to change lives. We are not creating a narrative talking about changing lives. We are going to do it with this legislation. We are doing the right thing, not only because of what we've been saying that we would do for years. This is the moment. This legislation has the support of economists from the left, the right, and the center. This is about the power of ideas. But because it's what the American people want also, let me be clear. The American people, regardless of political affiliation, overwhelmingly support this package because they know what is in it is badly needed to get to the other side of the crisis. I regret that the overwhelming support that I've just described has not been translated into unity in this chamber. This is bipartisan in America, even if it's not bipartisan in this chamber. Our colleagues on the other side have deemed workers who saw their entire industries evaporate, perhaps unworthy of this moment, They've deemed working parents perhaps unworthy of this moment, and they have deemed the working and middle-class American family perhaps at this moment unworthy. I don't understand it. Instead, there has been a lot of talk about this package being too large and too expensive, but if there was ever a time to go big, this should be it. Shouldn't we be helping struggling American families be worth the size of this bill? I seem to recall that my colleagues found that wealthy Americans and big corporations were worth the size of their tax cut. So why not working and middle-class families who are facing a health and economic crisis unlike anything the nation has experienced in more than a century? I actually have some charts that I think highlight the difference today. We have two comparisons of who benefits from the American Rescue Plan and who benefited in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This is pretty apparent, pretty obvious to all who might discern in this moment. As you can see, the benefits that my colleagues across the aisle will oppose today go directly to working-class Americans. However, with the next chart, you can look at their package, and it was nearly the same size, and by the way, they borrowed $2.3 trillion for it, that had overwhelmingly support from their side of the aisle, but look who the benefits went to. The evidence is overwhelming as to who the benefits went to. This package is nearly the same size as what they did, but the impact of what we're about to do will be extraordinary. Multiple reports highlighted how the tax cuts bill did not, as the proponents claimed, grow the economy, or indeed the great hoax paying for itself. That never happened. And yet they continue to stand behind a law that put the powerful and the wealthy first, and they dismiss what we're about to do today. Hardworking Americans have been for too long left behind and at ends today. This bill will save lives and livelihoods. We will help families stay housed, put food on the table, and access affordable health care. Most importantly, this package will help families avoid impossible choices. And so I urge our colleagues to rise to this moment and support this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my friend and my chairman, who I have great respect for, Mr. Neal, that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was one of the pivotal successes of the Trump administration that yet led to the lowest poverty among all Americans that had existed in decades, if not ever. Strongest economy and lowest unemployment among all demographic groups. Whereas this plan, this so-called COVID relief plan, is not in fact a COVID relief plan at all. By far, most of the money goes to creating new entitlement programs. You see, my friends on the other aisle are more concerned with making the American people reliant on government programs than they are on creating opportunity for them to lift themselves up. You see, Mr. Speaker, if you operate a small business trying to get people to come back to work, if you're a frontline worker eager to be vaccinated and hoping this plan will speed that up, if you're a family attempting to educate your children while schools refuse to open, this bill won't help you. It leaves you behind. My friend Mr. Clyburn said last year that this COVID pandemic created a great opportunity for Democrats to mold things to their vision. And boy, are they delivering. My friends on the other side say this bill is popular. And you know, I don't doubt it is. I mean, it's certainly good politics to say, hey, we're going to hand you a check for $1,400. Just help us get this across the line, we'll give you a check. But what they don't talk about is what this bill cost. You see, $1.9 trillion is $5,487 for every man, woman, and child in this country. $5,500 for every man, woman, and child. So the U.S. government, what these guys want to do is have the government borrow $5,500 in your name, and not just your name, your wife or your husband's name, and each of your kids' names. $5,500 they're going to throw in the kitty Oh, but they're going to give you $1,400 of it back. So vote for this bill. Well, I think we should look a little further than that. I think we should look maybe at where the other $4,100 that they're borrowing in your name goes. And guess what? That money's going to have to be paid back. And it's going to be paid back in higher taxes. It's going to be paid back in lower productivity. It's going to be paid back in lower government services. It's going to be paid back in less opportunity for your children and your grandchildren. So let's look at where this $4,100 goes. $750 of your $4,100 that they're borrowing in your name and each of your kids' names goes to paying extra unemployment for people to stay home. In fact, it pays people more unemployment than they can make it work in most cases. To bail out union pension plans that are chronically underfunded. And this problem needs to be fixed, but this plan does nothing to fix the problem. They'll continue to be chronically underfunded. $177 of your $4,100 they're borrowing in your name and not giving back to you goes to bail out union pension plans. $1,067 of your $4,100 that they're borrowing in your name and not giving back to you goes to bail out blue states. In the prior plans, we already had money to help states. A lot of the money hadn't been spent from the prior plans that we had, but they changed the allocation formula in this plan. It was based on population, so every state was treated fairly. But that's not good enough for places like California and New York that are shut down. So they said, oh no, let's add unemployment in there because our governors have shut our states down and our unemployment is higher and we want more money. We want to take money from places like Florida and Georgia and South Carolina and other states in the Midwest that stayed open, and we want to redirect it to California and New York. So they threw unemployment as a criteria. South Carolina, my home state's the third biggest loser. Florida's the biggest loser. We lose over $1 billion, and $5.4 billion extra dollars goes to rich California. And that's $1,067 of each of your money. K through 12 education, colleges and universities get $500 of your money that they're borrowing in your name, but guess what? We know you want to send your kids back to school, but they don't require that the schools actually open. Schools are sitting there closed. They're still getting your property taxes. They're still getting all the taxes that normally fund you, but they're going to send them another $500 of your money, but not require that those schools open. $34 of your money goes to museums and native language preservation. You're spending $34 of your $4,100 on that. Public health organizations, including Planned Parenthood, get $58 of your money that they're borrowing in your name, and your kids' money that they're borrowing in their name goes to Planned Parenthood. Transportation grants, $128. Agriculture includes socially disadvantaged farmers. What does that mean? People who have historically been socially disadvantaged. That means if you're a white farmer, don't apply. Foreign aid gets $30. And then I'm lumping all other progressive priorities as $1,279, and a direct check of $1,400 adds up to $5,487. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been absurdly an absurd lack of bipartisanship. My chairman, my friend that I respect, says that the Ways and Means Committee created this bill. We didn't create this bill. Madam Pelosi uses COVID as an excuse to keep us out of town so she can write this liberal grab bag. We had no hearings on this bill. When we marked it up, there were dozens of amendments offered. Not one single amendment was accepted. This is an absolute ram job by the Democrats of a menu of liberal priorities. Mr. Speaker, we can do better. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Congressman Thompson, who is the chairman of the Select Revenue Subcommittee, which plays a central role in tax policy and repeatedly assures me he is of modest income from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation. This bill is one of the most consequential policies considered by this body during my time in Congress. From top to bottom, it provides struggling Americans with the relief that they need. It provides critical health care funding to help crush the virus, including funds to continue ramping up vaccinations. It provides funds to help small businesses stay afloat, to help restaurants keep their lights on, to help families afford health insurance, to keep workers employed, and to help kids get back into school. It bolsters state and local governments, provides emergency assistance to the millions of Americans behind on rent, and on top of that, this bill is projected to cut child poverty in this country in half. This is an excellent bill, and I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Chairman especially, and our partners in the administration for swiftly bringing this critical relief to the floor. The American people know that help is on the way. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Mrs. Miller.
Gentlewoman from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak against H.R. 1319, Pelosi's progressive payoff, and in support of America's gig economy. Not only is this a costly bill full of liberal wish list items that do nothing to crush COVID or create jobs, but it also stifles America's gig economy at a time when it needs our support the most. The gig economy provides flexibility and opportunity to businesses, workers, and customers in urban and rural areas. The success of America's gig economy is due to the absence of government over-regulation. Let's take a lesson from the gig economy that has flourished and scale our response around demand rather than regulation. I'm giving this bill 1 star. Our gig economy workers and customers deserve the freedom to work and to thrive. I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, my friend, Chairman Scott of the Agriculture Committee.
Thank you very much,
Gentleman is recognized.
Chairman.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all try to respond so the American people will know that this money, this $1.9 trillion, is going to help our nation survive COVID-19. It's not just a disease that's out there. It is a disease that has impacted our people. Let me tell you what's in this bill. $800 million for food. $800 million for food. Don't you all know we got a hunger crisis? Don't you know that the American people are hungry? They're in record lines. You see them, miles long, every day, trying to get food. It's got $800 million for food for women and infants and children. We have 13 million of our children and infants going to bed hungry and malnourished every single night. You know why? Because of COVID. The unemployment is down. Our folks don't have the money to get the food. And Mr. Speaker, this is why our Agriculture Committee is having hearings tomorrow in the Agriculture Committee to address hunger, to see what else we need to do. And I must
Gentleman's time has expired.
This. Would you give me 10 seconds? He brought up the issue of the black farmers. It is important for you to know that our black farmers were not included in the other pieces. And so we got them $4 billion just to help them. And
time has expired.
technical assistance.
Gentleman's time has expired.
America needs this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is no longer recognized. Members are reminded that their comments will be directed to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the gentleman, due to the enormity of this bill, that if $800 million of this bill goes to food assistance, that represents less than 1/1000th of the total, a very tiny, small fraction, and that the prior bills were done in a bipartisan fashion. I'm certain we could have worked on a bipartisan fashion if there was any attempt to do that. But in fact, what this is just a ram job by the liberals to push through a vastly expanding entitlement system. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve the truth. Over the past year, Republican and Democrat lawmakers have worked together to provide temporary and targeted assistance to the American people. 5 times we passed bipartisan legislation totaling $4 trillion to help families get back on their feet and our country get back to work. Which begs the question, Mr. Speaker, why now are Democrats who control Congress, control the White House, abandoning bipartisanship to jam through this partisan legislation without a single Republican vote? I'll tell you why. It's because this is not COVID relief. It's a $2 trillion blue state boondoggle and a Trojan horse for their reckless partisan policies. It's because Speaker Pelosi is throwing your tax dollars at Democrat cronies like a float captain throws beads at a Mardi Gras parade. Bailouts for union pensions, bailouts for cash flush states like California, bailouts for schools who still refuse to open their doors to struggling students. This massive spending bill masquerading as COVID relief will bankrupt the country. It will not rescue the country, bankrupt it, and saddle our children with insurmountable debt. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Congressman Blumenauer, Chair of the Trade Subcommittee and valued senior member of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding to me, and I appreciated his comments a moment ago. This is historic legislation dealing with priorities long neglected. The charts that he presented tell it all. The Republicans, with their $1.7 trillion tax cut, primarily for people who didn't need it, versus our priorities dealing with making a major impact on child poverty, dealing with health, dealing with being able to our local governments to survive. This is a reflection of democratic values. The difference it makes is stark. I am proud to vote in favor of the Recovery Act. I'm proud of what it's going to do for people who need it most. And the contrast between Democratic priorities and what the Republicans did when they used reconciliation could not be more stark. I appreciate the gentleman illustrating it, and I hope that the House will approve this measure.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the priorities could not be more stark when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to the most successful economy in decades, if not ever, and the lowest unemployment amount African Americans, Hispanics, and women in the history of the United States. Whereas this bill represents just a massive expansion of our entitlement system. The Democrats, our priorities are to get people to work. The Democrats' priorities are to get people hooked on the government, to make them reliant on government checks. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup.
Well, thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose this solely Democrat payoff spending bill. I would agree with my colleagues, it's historic. And I would agree with my colleagues, it's consequential. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that with $1.9 trillion, somebody will be helped. I'm quite sure of that. But the next generation of Americans are not going to be thankful. Let's be honest with the American people. This is not a COVID relief bill. Members of this body came together 4 times last Congress and passed legislation that actually provided relief to our constituents. This bill is so incredibly far away from that, as Republicans have been completely frozen out of this process. Mr. Speaker, what's the result? Only 9% goes towards defeating the virus. $1.5 billion for Amtrak, which is already sitting on $1 billion in unspent aid. Maybe riding Amtrak is a good place to socially distance. Maybe that's the reason. $50 million for environmental justice grants, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't educate our children. Roughly $1 trillion on other liberal pet projects, when we have $1 trillion from the previous bipartisan bills that's been left unspent. Can someone explain what that has to do with COVID relief? Anybody? If members are serious about directly addressing the medical and economic challenges our country faces, like getting businesses open, getting students back to school, getting vaccines to Americans who want them, I'll work with anyone in this body to do so. And you know Republicans will, because we did several times, until Democrats ignored us this Congress. Well, please, let's not pretend this bill is about COVID relief. That simply is not true. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Congressman Larson, chair of the Subcommittee on Social Security and tireless champion of ensuring the delivery of stimulus checks to low-income retirees.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank President Biden for his science-based efforts in defeating this virus with his unrelenting focus on putting American families back on their feet. The American Rescue Plan meets the moment and fulfills that old adage that help is on the way. This bill gets shots into your arms, money into people's pockets, and provides their communities, and especially our schools, with the relief that it needs. In Connecticut, 1.5 million working families will receive $4 billion. This relief is felt by those families. I say to my colleagues, as those families sit across the kitchen table and look across each other and talk about their day-to-day needs and what they need to be met, what needs to be met, Mr. Speaker. And so, this bipartisan relief package that we've put forward, and I say bipartisan because when you talk to the general public and when you talk to the people that need this relief directly, you see that more than 70% Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Neal.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my friends across the aisle are saying is, here, your $1,400 check, but don't look at what I'm doing behind my back with the other part of the $5,500 I'm borrowing in your name and the names of each of your children. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to Mr. Reed from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't need a sheet of paper to express my words here today. I rise in objection to this bill because this bill is being passed on the backs of 500,000 plus of our fellow American citizens' deaths, under the guise that you're passing a bill on a partisan basis on their souls in order to do COVID relief. This isn't relief. This is because you guys won the majority, and I'm speaking to the American people to speak truth. You won the majority, you took the opportunity to put forth an agenda, and you didn't include bipartisan support. I had one simple amendment on this bill. $1,400 is going to go to convicted child molesters in state prisons. What is that doing to stimulate the economy? Why does a child molester who is sitting in state prison need $1,400 to buy cigarettes or play video games in state prison? That is your priorities. That's what you put in this bill, and you didn't even debate our bipartisan amendment to try to have that included. Let's be honest with the American people. You're playing politics. You're carrying forward an agenda. I get it, you won the election, but this is an emergency. This was a virus that killed our fellow American citizens. And we put together $4 trillion worth of relief to the American people on a bipartisan basis. We should have done it again, and you didn't. And it's wrong, and that's why I say no to this bill.
Gentleman's Gentleman's time has expired. Members are again reminded to direct their comments to the chair. At this time, the gentleman from South Carolina will reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just recognize myself for 10 seconds. The gentleman from New York, my friend, knows that that decision was rendered by a federal judge, not by this chamber. With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, who has led on a number of provisions, including extending the Earned Income Tax Credit to Puerto Rico.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your great work. And a lot of people are waiting to get this done today. Mr. Speaker, it's up to us to help Americans who can't buy their groceries or pay their rent and are not in prison. It's up to us to protect seniors in nursing homes. It's up to us to ensure every American has quality health insurance and is able to get vaccinated. These are Congress's burden, our burden. I'm voting yes because Ingrid from Rutherford told me it would help her pay the rent or utilities. How can I say no to that? I'm voting yes because Bradley from Fort Lee told me that a new stimulus was the only way he could get help for his kids until he finds work. I'm voting yes for that. Our cities and states are being bled into bankruptcy. They contemplate cuts to public safety and schools that will be felt for a generation without us acting. Americans are crying out for help, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear them? They have given us the burden to act. Today we're going to deliver. We should be happy today. We should not be angry.
Expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition of the Democrats' so-called COVID relief bill. Congress's focus should be specifically dialed in on crushing this virus, creating jobs, and getting our economy back open. Unfortunately, this package falls well short. As we've battled the COVID pandemic over the last year, the economic stress placed on communities that I represent in central and west central Illinois has been immense. Congress acted 5 times in a bipartisan way over the last year, creating over $3.7 trillion to help keep businesses and workers afloat and support the healthcare community, all of which we supported. As of today, more than $1 trillion of those budgetary resources is still available, including money for state and local governments, small businesses, and schools. Congress can do more to support the economic recovery from COVID, but our efforts must be targeted. We cannot spend our way out of this crisis. In Illinois, we've seen the negative impact of the tax and spend agenda that put our state on the path to economic disaster. The proposed stimulus plan by the Biden administration will impose new burdensome costs, regulation, and rules on small businesses, making the recovery even more difficult. It is disheartening that following calls for unity in his inauguration, President Biden's first major legislative agenda item was partisan and specifically designed not to allow Republican input. Instead of rewarding fiscally irresponsible states with huge bailouts, Congress should work together to incentivize growth, focus on job creation, and vaccine distribution. To generate a strong economy, we need to get government out of the way, open our communities, and enable Americans to thrive. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished majority leader of our House, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished chairman of the Ways and Means Committee for yielding.
Some of us have been here for some period of time. Some of us have heard this debate before. My friend Mr. Reed from New York opined, and others have opined, about how we passed a number of bipartisan bills. 5 to be exact. March 4th, March 14th, March 27th, April 24th, and then we had a hiatus because the Majority Leader of the Senate said we ought to take a break and see what happens, and the Minority Leader of the House said the same thing. So we didn't take any action. And frankly, tens of thousands of people died, hundreds of thousands of people died. Now, I point out that we've acted 5 times, 415 to 2, 363 to 40. A voice vote on the CARES Act, $2 trillion. 388 to 5. And 359 to 53. Now, if you include the Cash Act, which we passed because the president, i.e. Mr. Trump, said we needed more money for people. And so we passed a bill. 44 Republicans voted for that one as well. Now, there's only one thing that's changed since we passed those first 5 bills. We now have a Democratic president and not a Republican president. That's the only thing that's changed. The need is there. The virus is still with us. The economy is struggling. But now we have a Democratic president. And so I expect 0 of you to vote for this. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I expect 0 Republicans to vote for this bill. Why do I expect that? Because I was here in 2009. When under George Bush, we went into the deepest recession this country has seen since the Great Depression. Very frankly, Mr. Speaker, we passed 2 major pieces of legislation to deal with that recession. One was called TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program. Republican president, Democrats passed that bill. Only a third, Mr. Speaker, of the Republicans would support President Bush. You can shake your head, but you look at the record, that's the fact. That is the fact. Democrats supported the request of a Republican president because we thought it was in the best interest of the country and our people. And the only reason it passed this House is because Democrats, 172 of us, stood up with George Bush and voted for that program. And it was a bad vote for us. It was the right thing to do, but politically it was a bad vote. How sad, Mr. Speaker, I think it is that we passed 5 bipartisan votes with the Republican president. Now the president's different, and we don't want to give him any credit. And so we're going to cut off the nose of the American people to spite the face of America. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic majority in the Senate has taken action, passing an amended version of the American Rescue Plan that this House approved on February 27th. The version they sent us back reflects the same commitment demonstrated by this House to take the big and bold action demanded by the American people, and overwhelmingly supported, not just by Democrats, but by Republicans. The Republicans outside this House support this bill. Only the Republicans inside this House, unanimously apparently, oppose this bill, while some 60% of the Republicans in America polled say we're for this bill. But we have a Democratic president, I get it. President Biden's plan is reflected in this legislation, and it says President Biden's plan, but this is our plan. This is a plan we built over a year of tough debate, long debate, substantive debate, and discussion on both sides of the aisle, and in a bipartisan fashion passed those 5 bills. This bill is consistent with the measures we passed last year to confront the challenges to our public health and economic well-being, achieves a number of critical goals. It puts vaccine into Americans' arms. It will put money in Americans' pockets. It will put children back in classrooms. It will put millions of Americans back to work and reopen businesses safely. And it will put at ease the front line and essential workers who are in the public sector, like teachers, the first responders, by ensuring that state, local, tribal, and territorial governments can keep them employed. Mr. Speaker, the American people overwhelmingly support this legislation, with more than 3/4 in favor of its enactment, according to a Morning Consult poll from March 3rd. I'd like to see some of the RNCC polls, because I think they give the same message. But of course, maybe those people polled didn't realize there was a Democratic president. Heaven forbid that we vote for something that a Democratic president wants. Mr. Speaker, I put our party up to any kind of analysis in terms of our bipartisan support for Republican presidents when we thought it was in the best interest of the country. Nearly 6 in 10 Republicans want to see this bill passed. Listen to your people. I'm surprised that more of our Republican colleagues are not planning to vote for this legislation. I hope they'll do so. I hope they'll do so because I think it's in the best interest of our nation, of our families, of our individuals, of our businesses, of our economy. I hope they will join Democrats in taking action to help the nearly 10 million Americans who are out of work compared to this time last year. We waited. This is what happened. I hope they will also join Democrats in voting to extend expanded unemployment insurance benefits that would otherwise lapse for more than 11 million families this weekend, and to make good on our promise to send another round of $1,400 stimulus checks to most Americans. What are they going to do with that check? They're going to put it in the economy, and it's going to grow the economy and create jobs. And I hope they'll join us in supporting a massive effort at deploying vaccines and testing so we can defeat this virus. The American Rescue Plan means an end to failed approach of hitting the pause button. It didn't work. It's time to hit the start button. It's time to start building back better through bold action. That's a political slogan. I like it. I have a Make It in America slogan myself. But this is not about slogans. It's about investment in our country, in our economy, and in our people, our families, our children, and yes, the most vulnerable among us. That's what my faith teaches me to do. This is a vote to face our challenges with all of our strength and resolve. This is a vote to have each other's backs as fellow Americans in this time of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, with our votes today, we can send this legislation to President Biden so he can sign it into law and get the help that America and Americans need. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my friend, the majority leader, that the reason that this bill is not bipartisan is there's been no effort to make it bipartisan. There have been 0 committee meetings on this. Mrs. Pelosi uses COVID as an excuse to keep us away from Washington so that she can write these liberal grab bag bills on her own. And there were no hearings on this in the Ways and Means Committee, or I don't think any other committee. I'm sure we could have found a bipartisan response to this, but instead they chose, because they have the majority now, to ram through their list of liberal priorities and a massive expansion of the entitlement system under the guise of COVID relief. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Senate amendment to this payoff package. According to Treasury, at the end of 2020, $46 billion provided to states in CARES Act pandemic relief funding remained unspent. And this payoff package provides them an additional $360 billion. The partisan formula used will direct hundreds of millions more to liberal states like California and New York. That's because the formula is determined by the state's population of unemployed people. States that enacted stricter lockdowns with a heavy hand of government saw higher unemployment rates and therefore will get more money. I will also highlight the racist, socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers provision. This provision should be a clear violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and I call on the Department of Justice to investigate it if it becomes law. It is shameful and, in my opinion, illegal. I cannot justify conditioning relief aid based on race and ethnicity. This is not equality under the law. Federal aid dollars should be colorblind, and this bill puts the federal government in a precarious position. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this relief package, and I...
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to include a statement in the record regarding Section 9706 of the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad Mr. Hoyer also pointed out that many of us did support President Bush's rescue package. I voted for it twice. We met with Hank Paulson, the Secretary of the Treasury, in the Ways and Means Committee library, and he said, you have to do this. We followed suit and supported it. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis, chair of the Worker and Family Support Subcommittee, who has been a champion for the expanded child care credit in this legislation.
Mr. Speaker, this is the day that millions of Americans have been waiting for, and now it's here. This is the day that we get serious about cutting child poverty in half, putting millions of doses in the arms of people, vaccinations that they will get. This is the day that individuals, when they know that their unemployment check is coming, they have hope because now they can pay their rent, pay the mortgage, buy the baby milk, get the automobile repaired. This is the day that the pastor in my church would say that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I say this is the day that we restore the economy of America and save our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would respond to the comments of my friend, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, when he said that he voted in favor of the bill when Hank Paulson came over and said it's something we needed to do, as opposed to this bill, which President Obama's former director of National Economic Council warned about consequences of this bill for the value of the dollar and financial stability because of the excessive borrowing that we're doing. Again, folks back home, we're borrowing $5,500 in your name and your wife's name and your children's name and giving you $1,400 of it. And President Biden's chief of staff boasted about this bill, that this is the most progressive domestic legislation in a generation. So it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that there is no bipartisan support for this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Chairman Frank Pallone of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard some of the Republican members say they want to fight the virus, yet they're voting no on this bill. Well, I would say you should do the opposite. If you want to fight the virus, you should be voting yes on this bill. Unlike under President Trump, when there was no national plan to fight the virus, under President Biden, for the first time, we have a national plan to fight the virus that does not force states and local governments to compete with each other for testing, contact tracing, and medical supplies. The American Rescue Plan will support the national effort to ramp up distribution and administration of life-saving COVID-19 vaccines, as well as the implementation of a national testing strategy that will help us quickly track and contain the virus. It also includes the largest expansion of health care coverage since the passage of the Affordable Care Act, including lower monthly premiums for millions of Americans and a coverage expansion for millions under Medicaid who are currently uninsured. Mr. Speaker, the American Rescue Plan lives up to its name. It rescues families by providing critical utility bill assistance so they can keep their lights on, the heat working, and the water running. It rescues kids by boosting internet connectivity to bridge the digital divide and close the homework gap. Mr. Speaker, the American people are hurting. This legislation will rescue our families, our communities, and our nation as we continue to confront this devastating pandemic and the ongoing economic crisis. It's time to act, and this is the bill to bring us forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Mr. Brady, the Republican leader of the Ways and Means Committee's statement on this bill be included in the record.
The request will be covered by General Leaf.
And I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez, who was a lead supporter of expanding the child tax credit and a longstanding advocate for helping laid-off workers through COBRA.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the American Rescue Plan, and I want to thank Chairman Neal for his work to ensure that this package keeps our promises. This rescue plan is transformative. It is the biggest investment in American families in a generation. It puts shots in arms, money in pockets, children back to school, and people in jobs. It invests in research, development, and production to get vaccines out to all Americans. It helps keep people in their homes and apartments. It puts food on the tables of families who are experiencing hunger. It supports 27 million children with an expanded child tax credit. It helps more than 17 million workers through the Earned Income Tax Credit. It lowers health care costs and helps families keep their health coverage through a provision in the bill that I co-authored with Congresswoman McBath. A vote for this bill is a vote for investing in the dignity of America's families. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this relief package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Alabama, Congresswoman Sewell, a member of the Ways and Means Committee who has been a powerful voice for home visiting programs and the help they provide to pregnant women and children.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a day of great progress and great promise. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the American Rescue Plan. The American Rescue Plan will save lives and livelihoods. It will put vaccines in the arms of Americans, provides $20 billion in a nationwide vaccination plan. It also will put children safely back in schools with a nearly $130 billion investment. It will put money in people's pockets, deliver $1,400 stimulus checks, as well as expand reliable child care and affordable health care. It will extend unemployment benefits to 18 million Americans and so many Alabamians that I represent. It will put people back to work by providing critical support for the hardest hit small businesses, expanding PPP eligibility, and much more. It will give lots of money, needed money, directly to localities, to local cities and counties. In fact, $472 million of funding, direct funding, will come to the state of Alabama in my district. Mr. Speaker, I want my constituents to know, and all Americans to know, that help is indeed on the way.
Chairwoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would point out to my friend from Alabama that because of the change in the allocation formula in this bill for relief for states, from the prior bills, from the prior COVID relief bills, which now this formula will focus on unemployed. Therefore, places that have shut their economies down and hurt their citizens economically will get more money from places who haven't. And as a result, Alabama is the fourth or fifth largest loser in this bill in state and local government recovery money. Alabama will lose about $890 million, almost $1 billion, and that works out to approximately $178 lost for every man, woman, and child living in Alabama. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington State, Congresswoman Del Bene, member of the Ways and Means Committee, who has been a tireless champion for this legislation's historic expansion of the child tax credit.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the American Rescue Plan, a bill that will deliver crucial relief to millions of Americans who've been struggling for far too long. The pandemic has caused economic uncertainty, hardship, and turmoil. An estimated 8 million people have fallen into poverty during this crisis, making the need for relief even greater. This bill includes an anti-poverty measure I have fought for, an expansion of the child tax credit. The expansion will provide increased payments to help families pay bills and buy essentials. The expansions in this bill are estimated to cut child poverty in half. This will transform the lives of many families and children. As chair of the new Democrat coalition, I'm working to make the child tax credit permanent with Representatives DeLauro and Torres. Democrats are united around our shared goal to rebuild the middle class and make some of the biggest anti-poverty reforms in a generation. I welcome my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us. Lifting children out of poverty should not be partisan. The American Rescue Plan will get our economy back on track and crush the virus. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this critical legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman, time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the gentlelady that we are borrowing $5,500 for every man, woman, and child in the entire country with this $1.9 trillion bill, and that we're using that money to expand entitlement programs, including the child tax credit. Well, who's going to end up paying back that $5,500 per person? It's going to be the very children that we are professing to help today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Assistant Speaker Clark, a champion of all things Massachusetts.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and for your incredible work and that of your committee. A few weeks ago, my colleagues across the aisle were animated in their support for fairness for women. So here is the moment to dispel any doubts that that was just a disingenuous defense of bigotry and truly help American women by supporting this transformative legislation. Women have been on the front line of this crisis. Over 2 million women have been pushed out of work while fighting to keep their families fed, healthy, and housed. Because of this pandemic, women's participation in the workforce is at a 33-year low. A vote yes for the American Rescue Plan is a vote to say vaccines can get into the arms of teachers and our frontline workers, that direct checks will go to 85% of Americans. An expanded child tax credit will cut child poverty in half. Unprecedented child care funding will directly benefit its workforce, made up of 95% women. Vote yes for women. Vote yes for families. Vote yes for a more equitable future.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized again.
Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, a valued member of the Ways and Means Committee who played a central role in shepherding this legislation through 2 days of Ways and Means consideration.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, my vote today for the American Rescue Plan will be the most consequential vote I have ever cast. Today, we showed that democracy works. Today, we make available all the resources needed to end a pandemic that has killed 527,000 Americans. Today, we lift millions of American children out of poverty. Today, we make the investment to get our children back to school safely. Today, we authorize economic income payments to millions of our citizens behind on their rents and car payments and unable to buy groceries. Today, we extend unemployment insurance for the 10% of Americans still out of work because of the virus. Today, we send national help to those state and local governments who employ the heroes who provide our quality of life. Police, firefighters, teachers, child protective service workers, sanitation workers, and many others. And today, we reject the social Darwinism of our Republican friends. We reject the ethic of every man, woman, and child for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to vote for this bill today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Evans, who has been a leader on expanding the Earned Income Tax Credit.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This act is big and bold. It begins to keep our promise to build it back better. This historical bill is a policy revolution. It includes cutting child poverty in half, expanding earned income tax credit for essential workers, and saving the very important people's pension. It means a shot in the arm, returning kids to safe school, and more people back to jobs. My constituents feel that he needs this and need it now. This is something that we all should be working together. I thank the chairman and the Ways and Means Committee and all of the staff for working effort to save this very important act. This is something that we need long to do, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Congressman Panetta, a member of the Ways and Means Committee, who was one of the loudest voices for expanding the Employee Retention Tax Credit and a leader on all provisions that will improve care for nursing home residents.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
1 year ago this week, we left Congress early because of COVID-19. Since then, our entire way of life has been upended with the worst pandemic in a century, where at times we weren't taming this COVID tiger, we were just riding it. Yet despite that rough ride, we did our job in Congress with 5 massive relief bills that kept the economy afloat, the poverty rate flat, and put us in a position where right now we're neck and neck in this race between injections and infections. Yet my colleagues on the other side want to slow us down by voting no, claiming process or price or pork or politics. Well, I support the American Rescue Act, not just because we need to speed up our response, but because this bill is about people, their health, their vaccines, their jobs, their businesses, their local governments, and our kids in schools safely. So let's do our job. Let's defeat this disease. Let's win this race by voting yes on the American Rescue Act. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my friend that only about 9% of this bill actually goes to speed vaccine production and delivery around the country. And if more of that were occurring in this bill, where there may be more bipartisanship, this bill is a misnomer called a COVID Recovery Act, when in fact it is just an expansion of entitlements that will make people more dependent on the government and will lessen their opportunity and heap debt on our children and our grandchildren.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to a valued member of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from California, Jim Gomez, who fought hard to ensure that all mixed status families are eligible to receive the economic impact payments and emergency assistance under this legislation.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I represent Los Angeles, California, considered by many as one of the epicenters of the COVID-19 pandemic. In my district, working families are struggling to pay bills, small businesses are trying to stay afloat, and countless others are doing everything they can to keep a roof over their heads. They need us to pass the American Rescue Plan. Throughout California, essential workers, many of them Black and Latinos, are keeping our economy running. Frontline healthcare workers are exhausted for caring for their patients day after day, month after month during this pandemic. And local organizations are distributing food every single day to those in need. They need us to pass the American Rescue Plan. And across the country, people are terrified that they or a loved one will get COVID-19 before being vaccinated and end up in the hospital or dead. And they are scared that the American dream is drifting further and further away. They need us to pass the American Rescue Plan. That's why 75% of Americans support this plan. Democrats, Republicans, independents from red states and blue states, they're urging us to pass this plan. And they're urging their members to listen to them. They're urging my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle to not turn a deaf ear to their calls and do the right thing and vote with the Democrats to pass this plan. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina
Reserve.
reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Congressman Swazi, a member of the Ways and Means Committee who has been a champion for provisions to shore up the multi-employer pensions.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other side of the aisle is peddling a false narrative. This bill's not loaded with pork. It's not a blue state bailout. It's a comprehensive plan to help people crushed by the virus, beat the pandemic into the ground, and ensure a rapid economic recovery. Yet my friends across the aisle and their cable news and social media enablers continue to promote fake news. Let's set the record straight. It's true that 9%, their favorite talking point, 9% or $171 billion is for vaccines, testing, and other healthcare infrastructure. Well, what about the other 90%? $424 billion for $1,400 stimulus checks, $350 billion for struggling state and local governments, $246 billion for unemployment insurance, $219 billion for children and child care so parents can return to work, $178 billion to help reopen schools, $109 billion for farmers and small businesses, $28 billion for restaurants and live venues, $40 billion for renters and homeowners who need assistance. Let's pass this bill. Stop the phony baloney talk points and get the American people the relief they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I would remind my friend, Mr. Speaker, that what we're doing here is waving a $1,400 check in front of our constituents here and say, look at this, but we're like the Wizard of Oz. Don't look at what's going on behind the curtain, because actually what we're doing with this $1.9 trillion bill is we're borrowing $5,500 for every man, woman, and child in this country, and we're giving them $1,400 so it's palatable to them. We're giving them a little sugar. We're not reminding them about the $4,100 other dollars that we're borrowing in their name, of which $1,067 goes to bail out blue states like New York and California. $177 of their money, of that $4,100, goes to bail out union pension plans. $750 of folks back home, of your $4,100 that we're borrowing in your name and your wife's name and your kids' names, is going to extend unemployment benefits to pay people more to sit home than they can make at work. $34 goes to museums and Native American language preservation, $393 for K through 12, and $120 goes to colleges and universities of your money, each of your money, and there's no requirement that they reopen. $58 goes for public health organizations, including Planned Parenthood. So this bill, again, is simply a guise. COVID relief, no. As Mr. Clyburn said, let's use this disaster to mold things to our vision, and they're doing exactly that. This is a massive expansion of the entitlement program. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Congresswoman Lawrence.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the scale of our relief bill must match the scale of this crisis, and the American Rescue Plan meets this moment. In addition, this comprehensive plan includes much-needed relief for our battered cities. As a former mayor, I understand the struggle and the strain of our cities right now. Congress cannot sit by as mayors, Democrat and Republican, are calling for help. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This pandemic is reaching every corner of our country. So let's answer this call and pass the American Rescue Plan. I yield back. Thank you.
Chairwoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I just want to remind the people back home that the scale of this plan that she's talking about is $5,500 borrowed for every man, woman, and child in this country, and your children will pay that money back. They'll pay it back in higher taxes. They'll pay it back in lost opportunity. They'll pay it back in weaker economic growth.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken with New Mexicans all across my district. I've talked to mayors, local officials, tribal leaders. The same question I've asked them: what do you need? What they've all said, Republicans and Democrats alike, is they need this rescue plan. Our small businesses are ready to put this lifeline to use. Our frontline workers, families, and farmers are ready. New Mexico is ready to start climbing out of this crisis. Americans have told us what they need. We've listened, and now we are delivering. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time is left for both sides?
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 3 minutes, and gentleman from South Carolina has 7 minutes.
We are prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, more than once today, there's been reference to the recovery bills at the end of the Bush administration and the beginning of the Obama administration coming out of a very bad financial crisis. And of course, this COVID pandemic has led to a financial crisis in this country. But the difference in the response here is stark between the two. Coming out of the Bush administration and into the Obama administration, we expanded government, we raised taxes, we expanded regulations, and we adopted recovery bills that weren't focused on economic growth. And the result of that was, through 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, we had stagnant growth. The middle class was shrinking, middle class incomes were shrinking, and it took a Republican president and a Republican Congress enacting bills that lowered taxes, lowered regulation, and lowered government reliance that led to massive economic growth and opportunity for all demographics in our country. Hispanics, African American, women, and others had seen growth and opportunity not seen in decades, if ever. And I hope with this plan that we're not going to go back to the days of the Obama-Biden years of stagnant growth and dashed opportunity for our children and our grandchildren. Again, Mr. Speaker, we're holding up a check for $1,400 to the American public and say, vote for this, but don't pay attention, because we're really borrowing $5,500 in your name, in your wife's name, your husband's name, and in each of your kids. Each of your kids, we're borrowing $5,500 in their name that they're going to have to pay back. And they're getting $1,400 of it, but the other $4,100 is going here. And it's not right, and it's not fair, and it will lead to lower growth, and less opportunity for those kids that we're saddling with that debt right now. Mr. Speaker, this is not the right plan to address our nation's challenges on defeating the COVID-19 virus. It's not the right time either. There's still $1 trillion in unused funds from previous packages that were bipartisan, that were targeted, that were not merely misnamed liberal grab bags. The Congressional Budget Office's overview of the Economic Outlook projects that by the middle of the year, the economy will have returned to a pre-pandemic level of real GDP. Why? That's because the policies put in place under the Trump administration and a Republican Congress are still in place. Lower taxes and lower regulation. That's why, as opposed to the Obama-Biden recovery, which in 8 years still had not recovered, the economy is quickly coming back to pre-pandemic levels right now. And yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have found every reason to rush through costly, unnecessary, progressive priorities that my constituents didn't ask for. The American Rescue Plan is costing each American more than their mortgage payment, a down payment on their car, or a semester of their children's college. And their children will have to pay it back. I don't want to leave a huge bill for my kids, and I know most Americans don't either. I hope that this bill, expanding government, expanding entitlements, paying people to stay home, making them more reliant on the government, does not lead to another decade of stagnation, of lost opportunity. Vote no to this dangerous bill. Vote no against a selfish attempt to strap our next generation with debt. Vote no to progressive payoffs that we, the people, did not order. We must do better. I yield.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 2 minutes of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a most significant day, and this legislation meets the challenge of history, and it calls Americans to act upon this crisis. This is the opportunity now, and we should act. This is not about self-correction. Far too much is at stake. But I want to thank our colleagues, and particularly the Ways and Means staff, who wore many hats through this legislation. From crafting this package to the brutal negotiations with the Senate, they've worked long hours while facing the same challenges presented by remote school, lack of child care, and concern for family members that Americans face every moment through this crisis. There are too many names to include, but I know that their counsel has been unparalleled and their expertise, as always, unmatched. Over the Speaker's rostrum, Mr. Speaker, is a magnificent admonition from a son of Massachusetts, Mr. Webster. He asks, let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its great interest, and see whether we also in our day and generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered. That is what we're going to do in the next few minutes, and I yield 1 minute to the Speaker of the House, whose attention to legislative detail is extraordinary.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and thank him for his extraordinary leadership in putting nearly $1 trillion into the pockets of the American people. I thank him and Mr. Yarmouth, the chair of the Budget Committee, for their leadership on this legislation, of course, on this debate this afternoon. It was dazzling to see them and the Democratic chairs and members speak up about this important legislation. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for pointing out the inconsistency on the part of our colleagues across the aisle in complaining about money helping the poorest of poor children in our country, while they didn't hesitate to give large amounts of money to the richest people in America in their Republican tax scam. Your charts were very eloquent, Mr. Chairman. And to hear our members speak about the terms of this bill, the values that are in it, the plan that it has, why they were voting yes on the bill, and to hear Republicans talk about why they would vote no. It's typical that they vote no and take the dough. And this bill has bipartisan support across the country, not only among the general public, but in mayors and selectmen and city council persons and county executives who are Republican, eagerly awaiting the passage of this bill because they know at their level what a difference it will make in the lives of their constituents, the American people. You know, tomorrow, and I say this is a critical moment in our country's history. Tomorrow, the world will mark the 1 year since COVID-19 was officially declared a global pandemic by the World Health Organization. At that time, just over 1,000 Americans had contracted the disease, 38 had died. Since that day, 1 year ago from tomorrow, nearly 30 million Americans have become infected, over 500,000 Americans have died, more lives that were lost in combat in all of America's wars against foreign enemies combined. Each of those lives is precious to us. We feel each loss profoundly and pray for their families and for the families of those who have contracted the virus and are still affected by it. And through it all, an historic economic crisis has raged. A full year later, 18 million Americans are still out of work, according to the statistics at the end of last week. And nearly 10 million jobs may have been lost. We hope to stop that. And the most vulnerable among us have been disproportionately affected. Moms pushed out of the labor market, women and minority-owned businesses forced to shutter, communities of color facing rising disparities. Today, we have a real opportunity for change. Mr. Speaker, as we serve in Congress with each other, we learn about each other's districts, each other's priorities, and the rest. And we learn about each other's why. Why did you come to Congress? Why are you here? Each of us has come to Congress with a purpose. My purpose, my why, are the children. As a mother of 5, raising my kids, seeing all the attention and all that they needed, I was horrified by the fact that 1 in 5 children in America lives in poverty and goes to sleep hungry in America at night. That is my why. That is why I went from homemaker to the House of Representatives. And that is why when people ask me, what do you think the 3 most important issues are facing the Congress? I always say the same thing. Our children, our children, our children. Their health, their education, the economic security of their families, a safe, healthy environment in which they can thrive, and a nation at peace in which they can reach their fulfillment. Several of those priorities are addressed in this legislation. Again, this legislation, which has bipartisan support throughout the country. The Biden, and he praises on President Biden for the values, for the vision, the strategic thinking, for the knowledge that he has brought to what, as you said earlier, we had in the works for a while, but freshened up by current events, the vaccine, and what those possibilities are. The Biden American Rescue Plan is about the children, their health, their education, the economic security of their families again. Our children's health is greatly protected by crushing the virus, And by expanding access to health care through the Affordable Care Act expansions in here, Medicaid through FMAP, and in other ways as well. Our children's education is advanced with a $170 billion to open schools safely, including $130 billion for K through 12. This funding will help address the social and emotional challenges that children face, as well as learning loss, as well as opening the schools safely. We know what that requires. It requires ventilation, space, more teachers, more space, to name a few things. In terms of the economic security of children's families, this legislation, as I said earlier, Mr. Neal, puts nearly $1 trillion in the pockets of the American people. The Republicans did not seem to object when they put that much money in the pockets of 83% of their tax scam into the top 1%. But they seem to have a discomfort level when it reaches the poorest of the poor or those in the middle class who are struggling. So this legislation does that. It includes the refundable tax credit, which will lift 50% of children out of poverty. How do you say no to lifting 50% of impoverished children in America out of poverty? Children also benefit from the Earned Income Tax Credit, direct payments, and enhanced unemployment insurance benefits for their families. And the economic security of children is also enhanced by pension security of their grandparents, which is historically secured in this bill. Sometimes when I have young people come to my office and ask them, it's all about the children, it's all about the future, high school students, college students, they talk about the security of their grandparents as important because to the extent that their parents can focus on them rather than worry about the financial security of their grandparents, it's very important to the family across the board. For the children, the American Rescue Plan also includes $12 billion in nutrition assistance to help the estimated 11 million children still going hungry. When I talk about this with my family, I say to my kids, there are millions of children food insecure in our country. That's horrible. They'll say, Mom, just say it another way. They're hungry. They're hungry. Some only get their food at school. They go to sleep hungry. If you call that food insecurity, okay, but understand this. These little children are hungry. $12 billion. $43 billion in rental, homeowner, and other housing assistance so that children of families who are on the verge of eviction can have the comfort of knowing that that won't happen. They'll have the comfort of home. $45 billion of child care to keep children learning and parents earning. That is always necessary, but even more so with the 2.3 million women losing their jobs, many of them moms. Now, everything that I mentioned here is related to the coronavirus. We have hunger issues in our country, bigger than even this. We have housing issues, we have child care issues, and the rest, very important in our country. And it requires more than this, but this is coronavirus-centric. Child care, I'll say it again, $45 billion, most of it for child care, a little bit of it for Head Start, parents, children learning, parents earning. This is important and central to how families get through this crisis, coronavirus crisis. All of these provisions in the bill are enhanced by strengthening the support for our heroes at the state and local level. Hence, our bill was called the HEROES Act. Much of that is contained in this legislation. Heroes, because our workers at the state, county, and local level, our healthcare workers, our first responders, police and fire, our sanitation, transportation, our food workers, our teachers, make our lives possible and make the existence of our children better. Because many of these jobs are jobs that are needed. Whatever we spend on education in this bill is a small percentage of what state and local government spends on education. More than 90% of it comes from the state and local. So in this legislation, we are ensuring that state and local government keep them in their jobs, these heroes that we talked about, and will help fight the fiscal pressure that they have because of the cost of addressing the coronavirus crisis, as well as revenue lost because of shutdowns and the rest. I was raised in a mayor's household as a daughter and sister of a mayor of Baltimore. The recognition of the role that local government plays is very important to me, local and state. But the local government is the first line of defense, and we are determined to fight any attempts to weaken what was in this legislation for local government. One of the values respected in this legislation is our commitment to communities of color, including Native Americans especially, who continue to face serious health and economic disparities. This legislation will, among other steps, address the 8 in 10 minority-owned businesses on the brink of closure. 8 in 10 minority-owned businesses. The American Rescue Plan, Mr. Speaker, is a force for fairness and justice in America. This legislation is one of the most transformative and historic bills any of us will ever have the opportunity to support. It's one of the most transformative that I have seen in my over 30 years in the Congress. It is as consequential as the Affordable Care Act, which expanded health care to more than 20 million people and made benefits much better for over 150 million families. Today, we have a decision to make of tremendous consequence, a decision that will make a difference for millions of Americans, saving lives and livelihoods. And with all the decisions, it is a decision that we will have to answer for. We will give the American Rescue Plan a resounding and hopefully bipartisan vote to reflect the bipartisan support that it has in the country. And we will get to work immediately to deliver life-saving resources springing from this bill as soon as it is passed and signed, as we join President Biden in his promise that at last help is on the way. For the people, for the children, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield back my time, Mr. Speaker.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 198, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on House Resolution 13-9 on final passage. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, a motion to concur on Senate.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the motion to concur on Senate amendments.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 1319. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H.R. 1319.
Purpose, does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
50 of them.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the motion to concur in the amendment to H.R. 1319. As a member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. As a member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. And as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. As the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
Yeah, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yea on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brian Babin from Texas pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay on the Senate amendment to HR 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will indeed vote aye on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on the motion to concur the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Senate amendments to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes in concurring in the Senate amendment on H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan of 2021. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319. Thank you.
Hey, for what for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
No. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319.
The gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the motion to concur in the Senate Amendment H.R. 1319.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 211. The motion is adopted. Objection, a motion. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. It has been my honor and privilege to serve the people of the 11th Congressional District of Ohio since November 2008. My appreciation for their support as I sought to represent their interests and those of many Americans for whom I could be a voice is boundless. I will always remember my colleagues and friends who have become a part of my family during the last 12 years. I am fortunate to have been selected by President Joe Biden to continue to serve the public good as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Therefore, please accept this correspondence as notice of my resignation from the U.S. House of Representatives, 11th Congressional District of Ohio, effective immediately upon delivery on March 10, 2021. Thank you for your leadership and support during my tenure. Signed sincerely, Marcia L. Fudge.
The chair lays before the House the following communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, that I, Elizabeth Beltran, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by the United States District Court for the Middle District of Florida. The testimony sought relates to events witnessed while I was employed by the Speaker's office as a staff assistant. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoenas is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Elizabeth Beltran.
We could please have order in the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 188, I call up H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8, a bill to require a background check for every firearm sale.
Pursuant to House Resolution 188, the bill is considered read. The bill is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 8.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
Recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, gun violence impacts all of our communities, and no place is immune from its reach, including our homes, our streets, our schools, and even our places of worship. That is why we must take swift and decisive action to reduce the daily toll of gun violence that afflicts our nation. H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2021, is sensible and effective legislation to do just that. Under current law, gun sales conducted by licensed firearms dealers may only be completed if the buyers clear background checks. This bill would simply extend that requirement, with limited exceptions, to guns transferred by unlicensed individuals as well. That simple change to close a gaping loophole in the law is one of the most effective steps we can take to address the scourge of gun violence in this country. According to one study, 22% of gun owners in the U.S. acquired the most recent firearm without a background check. We do not know if they were felons, fugitives, domestic abusers, or otherwise prohibited under the law from possessing firearms. A huge volume of guns was sold with no questions asked. It is time to close this dangerous loophole. There is no reason to continue to make it easy for people who are legally prohibited from possessing firearms to acquire them. And the evidence clearly shows that background checks work and significantly curb gun violence. One study found that a Connecticut law requiring background checks was associated with a 40% decline in gun homicides and a 15% drop in suicides. On the other hand, when Missouri repealed its background check law, the state's gun homicides increased by 23% and suicides increased by 16%. Gun violence of this magnitude is a distinctly American problem. A recent study in the American Journal of Medicine found that compared to 29 other high-income countries, the gun-related murder rate in the United States is 25 times higher. Even when you adjust for population differences, Americans are disproportionately killed by gun violence. This is a disparity that we can remedy by passing this bill. With the exception of certain limited transfers, such as gifts to family members and transfers for hunting, target shooting, and self-defense, H.R. 8 would extend the current federal background check requirement, which applies now only to licensed gun dealers and would require virtually all transactions to undergo a background check to help ensure that firearms do not end up in the wrong hands. I thank Representative Mike Thompson of California for drafting this important legislation and for being a champion of gun violence prevention in Congress. Simply put, H.R. 8 will save lives. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and to support safer streets, safer schools, and safer communities. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. From Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky and the co-chair, of the Second Amendment Caucus, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats today want to introduce gun control legislation that they say is going to make you safer. They want to expand background checks. But what do background checks accomplish? Well, the DOJ said there were 112,000 denials in a year. Who were those 112,000 people? Well, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have you think those were felons. They saved you from those felons. But how many of those 112,000 were prosecuted for that crime of trying to acquire that gun? According to the DOJ, 12. 1, 2, 12 in a year. Who were the other 100,000? Imagine, just imagine now, that you're the victim of an abusive relationship, and after 5 years, you've summoned the courage and the resources to separate from that relationship. But things have escalated, and now you've decided it's time to acquire the means to protect you and your children. So you go to the gun store and you try to buy a gun. The clerk presses the computer button. It says denied. You ask the clerk, why was it denied? I don't know, this happens sometimes. Maybe you had a similar name to somebody else in the database. You can't buy a gun today, tomorrow, next week, not ever. You've been denied. So you go to a friend you've known for a long time. Your friend says, I'd like to help you. You say, well, I don't know if I'm going to make it through the night. The friend says, I'd like to help you, but don't you know H.R. 8 passed, and it was signed by the president. I can't spend a year in a cage. Good luck tonight. Now, I'm not going to ask you to imagine what happens next, because the Democrats saw fit to put into this bill a requirement that you have an imminent threat of death. The threat has to be right there upon you, or great bodily harm. What are they saying? Well, if you're just expecting a few bruises and maybe a punch, put some ice on it. I'm going to ask my colleagues here today, I'm going to challenge the sponsors of this bill, and those of you who might think you would vote for this bill, to consider whether it's fair. Is it fair to surround yourself with armed guards, with Capitol Hill police who have guns, with personal details, bodyguards, and ask the people to pay for it when you make it harder for those same people to protect themselves? I don't think that's fair. And for the fact checkers who are already hard at work on this speech, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record this GAO report on the DOJ statistics on background checks.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Fired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Well, that's an interesting speech to follow. Mr. Massey was very energized. I haven't seen, of course, that which he submitted for the record. But 90% of America thinks this bill makes sense. 90%. Take your own polls. Poll after poll after poll shows overwhelming support of this legislation because it's common sense. It's common sense that you want to assure the community that those who buy weapons that can be used with deadly force, as the gentleman just indicated, are not a danger to themselves or to others. Mr. Speaker, according to the database from the Associated Press, USA Today, and Northeastern University that tracks mass shootings, which they define as 4 or more victims, not including the shooter, 2020 was a standout year. After years of setting new records for mass shootings, 2019 had the highest number recorded, 33 mass shootings in 1 year. But in 2020, there were only 2 mass shootings. One in February and another in early March. Of course, Mr. Speaker, those numbers don't count the hundreds of shootings each year in which there are fewer than 4 victims, with tens of thousands killed or maimed by gun violence annually. The contrast in the number of mass shootings from 2019 to 2020 is stark. Madam Speaker, I don't have to explain to my colleagues why mass shootings suddenly came to a halt last year, but it shouldn't take a deadly viral pandemic, which took us out of group meetings, which took us off the streets, which kept us at home, to stop a deadly epidemic of gun violence. And with the arrival of vaccines and passage of President Biden's plan to help make it safe to reopen businesses and schools, we will soon be gathering in groups once more. But nobody wants to see a return to mass shootings, Mr. Speaker. Nobody wants to see a return to deadly school shootings that terrorized America's students. We shouldn't need a pandemic to reduce gun violence in this country. The way to do that ought to be through passing common sense gun safety legislation through Congress to make it harder for deadly firearms to get into the hands of those who cannot bear them responsibly. That's what H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, would do. 9 out of 10 Americans support the reforms in this bill. Now, I know I've seen some people, Mr. Speaker, shake their head. No, that's not the case. Show me a poll that has less than 80% of Americans thinking that terrorists should not be able to buy guns, that felons should not be able to buy guns, that domestic abusers should not buy guns, particularly in an accelerated way. You get mad at a partner, you get mad at a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or whatever. Go down the store, boy, get a gun, bang. one thing to have a thoughtful purchase. I want to have a hunting gun. I want to have a handgun for target practice. I want a handgun for safety in my home, in my business, in my car. But if you're a person who has shown that you're not somebody who is a responsible person, it's sort of like driving a car. If you're not responsible, you're a reckless driver and you've been guilty of manslaughter by automobile or something of that nature, people have a right to know that what you do is going to be not a danger to them. This is one of the greatest examples of legislation that truly reflects the will of the American people. That's why I hope we can come together to pass it with bipartisan support. I don't know that's going to be the case. But if it's not the case, it will not reflect the will of the American people, which would like to see this on a bipartisan basis. Republicans and Democrats, polled, support this legislation. Now, if somebody wants to show me a poll that says, no, that's not the case, that's one thing. But I haven't seen a poll that doesn't reflect that. Just as I believe we ought to do this week with Representative Clyburn's bill as well, which could close the loophole that contributed to the reprehensible and racially motivated mass shooting at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina in 2015. 9 people in church slain by somebody who got a gun, who, if the report had come back in a timely fashion, wouldn't have been able to get that gun. I hope that Senate Republicans will not filibuster this bill. At some point in time, the majority ought to rule. Now, the Second Amendment correctly protects gun ownership. I don't have an argument with that. But the Supreme Court itself said that there can be responsible restraints and items for protection consistent with that amendment. That's what this bill does. I hope our friends will listen to the voices of parents, children, siblings, spouses, neighbors, and friends of those who were killed by gun violence in recent years. And I hope they'll remember the names and bring tears to many eyes and pain in so many hearts. Parkland. Now, some believe Parkland didn't happen. They're wrong, of course. Sandy Hook, Charleston, Las Vegas, Orlando, Pittsburgh, Annapolis, San Bernardino, Washington Navy Yard, just a few blocks from here, Oak Creek, Tucson, Virginia Tech, and the list could go on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's not add more names to this register of grief. Let's not rely on a pandemic to do what we ought to have done so long ago. Let's pass these bills and reduce gun violence the right way with our votes. Is this a perfect bill? Will it establish or accomplish the absolute safety? It will not. But what 90% of Americans say is it's a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, let us take that step, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
No, it does, Mr. Speaker, no, it doesn't. Gentlemen, the previous speaker said this bill becomes law, it'll stop some of the mass shootings, all the mass shootings that happen in this country. No, it won't. Nothing in this bill would have stopped any of those terrible things that took place. What this bill does is stop law-abiding citizens from exercising their Second Amendment liberties, just as the gentleman from Kentucky mentioned a few minutes ago. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 8. A major reason our founding fathers drafted the Second Amendment is to have a check and balance for the people against the tyranny of government. It is the Second Amendment for a reason, not the 9th or 10th. You must have the second to protect the first. The first action by history dictators, and we know all of them, was to take guns from law-abiding citizens. We must remember that there is no law that stops criminals from getting guns or committing crimes. We would have empty prisons otherwise. As someone who grew up Under a tyrannical government, I value these rights tremendously, and it helps these rights a lot of Americans to have equality and freedoms. And I encourage my colleagues to be vigilant and protect these rights for all law-abiding Americans. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished sponsor of this bill, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, every day 30 people are killed by someone using a gun. That number jumps to 100 if you factor in accidents and suicides involving guns. The steady stream of gun violence devastates families, communities, and schools. Gun violence costs our country $280 billion every year. This status quo is not okay. Our constituents know it, and they support H.R. 8 overwhelmingly. The special order last night on H.R. 8 was another low point for decorum in the House. To be generous, it was an embarrassing display and a complete misrepresentation of the facts. Viewers were told that the bill would create a federal gun registry. Wrong. Read page 5, line 18. H.R. 8 prohibits any registry. They were told that you can't give a gun to a family member. Wrong. Read page 3, line 7. You can. They were told that you can't transfer a gun if someone was suicidal or needed it for protection to address a self-defense situation. Wrong. Read page 3, line 21. You can. They were told that you can't lend a gun to a friend to go hunting. Wrong. Read page 4, line 16. You can. What the bill does do is close the private gun sale loophole, which has made it easy for felons and other prohibited purchasers to buy a gun online, at gun shows, or in person-to-person sales. We know universal background checks work. Every day they stop some 160 felons and some 50 domestic abusers from buying a gun. Every day. But without universal background checks, these people can take their business elsewhere, to someone without a federal firearms license, and buy the same gun. I've personally filled out the 4473 form required to buy a gun from a licensed dealer. I've done it many times. It's something that every responsible gun owner should be able to live with. Heck, they should welcome it because it helps stop dangerous individuals from getting a gun. In 90% of the cases, background checks are completed within minutes. Mr. Speaker, I ask that these letters that I have from dozens of gun violence prevention groups, healthcare workers, law enforcement, and others be made part of the record. On the bill, we have co-authors who are Democrats and Republicans, cops, hunters, gun owners, district attorneys, a former FBI agent, and veterans who have served in combat and put their lives on the line to protect our Second Amendment. There is bipartisan support for universal background checks in Congress and near universal support for background checks from the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 8, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, the materials will be entered into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr.
Gentleman
Heiss.
from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Ohio. Look, bottom line is we all know that by definition, criminals don't abide by the law. And that applies also when they are purchasing firearms. Nothing in this bill prohibits this type of individual from obtaining firearms. In fact, the majority of individuals in prison for committing crimes with firearms obtain their firearms through theft, the underground market, family members, and the like. But what this bill does is threaten everyday American citizens with up to a year in prison and a $100,000 fine for exercising their Second Amendment right and doing common practices. This is, and to say that this does not create a national gun registry, you cannot accomplish what's in this bill without a gun registry. The reality is universal background checks do not stop mass shootings. We do not have mass shootings because of a lack of background checks. This bill will not make our communities safer. In fact, what it will do is
cause law-abiding citizens to lose more of their Second Amendment rights. We shouldn't be focused here in Congress in taking those rights away. We actually should be strengthening the enforcement of laws we already have to make our communities safer. I stand with the Constitution and urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 8, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that 160 felons every day buy guns. All this bill does is to say that people who buy guns, who obtain guns from unlicensed dealers as well as licensed dealers must be subject to the background check, and that will save a heck of a lot of lives. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentleman from Houston is recognized.
I thank the gentleman very much. You know, our friends on the other side of the aisle are deadly wrong. That's the tragedy of their argument, because the Second Amendment does not prohibit regulation. It never did. And our founding fathers regulated guns as early as the beginning of this nation. And so I rise in support of H.R. 8 and indicate why the COVID-19 pandemic dominated news headlines in 2020, the number of shootings surged in many communities across America. Our public health and emergency resources have been straining to respond from the coronavirus, but budgets are crunched nationwide, and as well, gun violence is rising. It's important to note because approximately 80% of firearms used for criminal purposes are obtained without a background check. We must strengthen our firearms background checks and close dangerous gaps such as the online sale and gun show loopholes. In the data that we were able to secure, there was nearly one mass shooting per day in the United States, 355 mass shootings in 2018. We realize that since December 2012, there have been at least 1,518 mass shootings with at least 1,715 people killed. Each day, an average 92 Americans are victims of gun violence, resulting in more than 33,000 deaths. And I wonder why our friends could not feel the pain of the loss of guns being transferred illegally or improperly. I was here for Columbine. That happened on April 20th, 1999. High school students losing their lives. I was here when babies were killed in Newtown, Connecticut, December 12th, 2012. I was here in the United States Congress each moment we tried to pass sensible gun legislation like H.R. 8. Thanking you, Chairman Thompson, for your leadership, and Chairman Nadler. On February 14, 2018, I was here for Parkland and Look at These. And as well, I was here on May 18th in Santa Fe, Texas, when people died. It is time to pass H.R. 8. Stop seeing our children
Gentlewoman's
die.
time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 8 and H.R. 1446. In this last week, I received over 1,000 emails from constituents in strong opposition to these anti-gun bills. Here's a sample. H.R. 8 will make it impossible to sell or loan guns to my relatives and trusted friends. These bills appear designed to impose restrictions on natural rights guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. And finally, stand up for our rights and oppose these measures with every tool in your grasp. I absolutely will fight these measures with every tool in my grasp. These rights to protect my life, liberty, and property were granted to me by God and cannot be taken away from me by D.C. bureaucrats. I grew up in the Deep South at a time when Black Americans were unable to defend themselves. After the Civil War, black codes and Jim Crow laws prohibited people of color from owning firearms. In the mid-1950s, Martin Luther King Jr. kept firearms for self-protection, but his application for concealed weapon permit was denied because of racist gun control laws in his state. As a child, my dad witnessed an altercation between his father and a Southern white man who thought my grandfather was being disrespectful and threatened to teach him a lesson. Later that night, he drove up to my grandfather's home with a bunch of his friends, standing on the forerunner of a Model T Ford. My grandfather was prepared. He and his brothers had hidden around his front porch, and as these bullies and cowards approached the house, they heard the click of rifles and left as fast as they came. Without firing his gun on another human being, my grandfather's right to own a firearm ensured his rights to protect his life, liberty, and property. I urge my colleagues to vote against these
Gentleman's time has expired.
anti-Second Amendment bills. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank Mr. Thompson for this legislation because it takes the most dangerous weapons out of the hands of the most dangerous people. I've heard from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about rights. Let's talk about some other rights in this country, like the right to pray in church, the right to dance at a party, the right to come home from a concert, the right to come back home safely and alive. Those are rights that matter too. And I am for this because I think about a mother who told me a couple years ago to keep fighting on this issue because every day when she puts her children in the car and sends them off to school, before they get out of the car, she closes her eyes to remember what they were wearing because she was afraid that one day she may have to identify them. This bill says we don't have to live that way anymore. The right to come home alive is greater than any right that is being put forward by the other side. And I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been told that 90% of Americans support this bill. Well, that's because 99.99% of Americans have not read this bill. And we're told yet again that this will save lives. And yet, there is not one single mass killing that's been brought up here today that would have been prevented by this bill. And yet, over and over, we have people come in here. Usually they mean well. Look, this will protect people, when the fact is that they can't point to any of these mass killings they talk about that would have been prevented. So let's talk about lives that would be saved. Think about the people that are shot every day, and would their situation be different if they were not having it so difficult to legally get a gun? I mean, I think we had thousands of cases, felony cases that came through my court, and we tried a lot of those cases. Over and over, you hear the criminals, they're not obeying the law. They're not going to follow the law. They got their guns illegally. And this will not change at all any of those people we tried and convicted for getting guns. They steal them. They buy them from other people that stole them. They don't obey the law. That's why they're criminals. So quit penalizing the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman from New York. I'm sorry, Mr. Raskin.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Americans are 25 times more likely to die from gun violence than people who live in other developed countries. And on that point, our perpetually outraged and indignant colleagues have absolutely nothing to say. We lose 38,000 people a year, more than 100 people a day. From Newtown, Connecticut to El Paso, Texas, gun violence is ripping the heart out of our social contract, making life for Americans nasty, poor, solitary, brutish, and short, a Hobbesian state of war. H.R. 8 will close 3 gaping loopholes in the law: the gun show loophole, the internet loophole, and the private sale loophole, cutting down precisely on the traffic in illegal guns, which our colleagues cite as the source of criminal gun violence. In opposing the American Rescue Plan, they voted against science. In opposing H.R. 1, they voted against democracy. And now in opposing H.R. 8, they're voting against public safety and the social contract itself. What a moral collapse for a once great party.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, last 2 weeks, the majority has attacked the First Amendment, and now they're attacking the Second Amendment. H.R. 8 will not save lives. As Justice Scalia noted in his decision in Heller, the Second Amendment does not give Americans a right. It protects a pre-existing right, and that right shall not be infringed. H.R. 8 would not have prevented recent shootings. In Parkland, the shooter acquired the firearm legally from an FFL after undergoing a NICS check. The same thing in Sutherland Springs, Texas. The same in Las Vegas, Nevada. And the same in Orlando. And I could go on because the list would produce the same result. They got their guns after a background check, including in El Paso. Criminals who seek to do harm get guns, regardless of the new restrictions imposed by H.R. 8. And with very limited exceptions, H.R. 8 makes it illegal for Americans to get a gun if a non-licensed importer, manufacturer, or dealer is not involved. And how will government know if an illegal transfer occurs? Without a registry, this bill is unenforceable. I've heard supporters of this bill say that other countries have similar restrictions, so we should too. And I counter with the fact that other countries do not have the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was included to ensure that the United States would be different than other countries. I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. This bill is among the most common sense gun violence prevention reforms, requiring background checks for unlicensed sellers. This is not complicated, Mr. Speaker. This is simple. Under H.R. 8, people who wish to transfer a firearm would have to visit a licensed firearm dealer to run a background check before the transfer could be finalized. Most of these checks take 90 seconds. 90 seconds to prevent firearms from ending up in the wrong hands. 90 seconds to prevent more of our loved ones from being killed by gun violence. I'm proud to be from Washington State, where voters have consistently tackled gun violence with common sense reforms, passing one of the first, most comprehensive background check laws in 2014 and raising the legal age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle to 21 in 2018. Let's do this, Mr. Speaker, to save lives. Vote aye.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8 is brought to us by the same organizations and politicians who have made no secret of their intention ultimately to strip law-abiding citizens of their right to defend themselves. Now, they know they can't do it outright, so they do it through cynical measures like this, which weave a web of laws so intricate that sooner or later everyone can be caught up in them. This law affects not only sales, but any transfer of a weapon for any period of time. Now, a couple of years ago, a 10-year study by Johns Hopkins and UC Davis concluded that California's background check law had no effect on gun homicides or suicides. None. The purpose of this bill is not public safety. That's its deceptive facade. Its purpose is to make gun ownership so legally hazardous, so fraught with legal booby traps and draconian penalties that no honest and law-abiding citizen would ever want to take the risk. Most criminals already get their guns illegally. They're unconstrained by laws like this. This bill is aimed squarely at law-abiding citizens, moving us closer to a society where decent people are defenseless and armed criminals are kings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
Gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, I came to Congress, and one of my first actions as a member was co-sponsoring this bipartisan legislation that will save lives. I know the pain of gun violence firsthand. 8 years ago, I lost my son, Jordan, a victim of a gun in the wrong hands. With this legislation, we empower law enforcement to keep guns from those who might do harm by simply requiring a background check whenever a gun is sold. This is common sense legislation that will prevent more families from knowing the pain of losing a loved one to gun violence. But just like 2 years ago, our vote today is beginning, and it's definitely not the end. And again, passing this bipartisan common sense legislation, we call on our colleagues in the Senate to do what is right to keep America's families safe. And I am proud once again to stand in support of this legislation as a survivor of gun violence myself. Congress is refusing to pass this vital legislation, would be America's shame and burden for generations to come. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield a minute and a half to the gentlelady from Colorado, the co-chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Jim Jordan. I was raised, Mr. Speaker, in a Democrat home, so I understand how these policies are deceiving. I understand that we're told guns are scary. That's what we were told, and that's what we believed, because we trusted the people that we voted for. But just as most things in life, I grew up and learned that there's a better way to live. I was ignorant to firearms and the proper use of them. When I became a business owner, I needed to protect myself. There was an altercation outside of my restaurant where a man was physically beat to death. There were no weapons involved. He was beat to death by another man's hands. I have a lot of young girls who work in my restaurant, and we needed an equalizer. I'm 5 foot tall. I barely weigh 100 pounds. I need something against a stronger potential aggressor to defend myself with. Talk about women's rights. Don't take my right away to protect myself. I mean, seriously, what are we doing here? I ask the supporters of this legislation, who do you think you are to disarm Americans and leave them vulnerable without help? You want to defund our police and yet leave us without a way to protect ourselves. Our founding fathers gave us a list of items and said, don't touch these things. And I'm telling you,
Gentlelady's time has expired.
keep your hands off.
Gentlelady's
of
time
our
has expired.
Second
Members
Amendment.
are reminded to address their comments to the chair. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am assuming our colleague on the other side of the aisle can pass a background check, so she will have no inability to have a gun. I rise in support of H.R. 8, the Background Check Act, because even as we manage a deadly pandemic, gun violence continues to plague our nation. Every year, more than 130,000 people in this nation are victims of gun violence, some 38,000 dead, another 100,000 caught in the crossfire. In my home region of Philadelphia, 2,244 people were victims of gun violence in year 2020. Death by guns doesn't mean only murders. Sadly, it also means death by suicide, using a firearm, which was the cause and the case in 62% of Pennsylvania's gun deaths last year. This is a public health crisis. The Background Check Act requires a background check for all gun sales, no loopholes, no backdoors. A common